Hey, everybody. Okay, let's get into part 5 of the spiritual war for this week. As you know, over the last few weeks, I've been sharing some different perspectives about what I'm calling a spiritual war, which in reality was created and brought on by us and is just a spiritual war that we're having with ourselves through the conscious, subconscious, and unconscious parts of ourselves. So this week, I'll be giving you an even higher truth and expanded perspective, which removes us completely from the clutches of fear-based thinking. And I'll definitely be sharing some more mind-blowing videos and information to give you a little more insight into the method behind my madness of sharing this information with you. And as I was talking about on the radio show, I've been going through this process of awakening and becoming aware of the falseness of this reality, right? The things that we've put so much faith and trust into, whether it's our government institutions, our school systems, and everything, celebrities, all the stuff that I'm basically have been showing you over the last several weeks, and even showing you, things from the Bible and sharing videos of other people that are giving their perspective about the Bible and what it means and what's happening. But what I want you to remember, because this stuff can suck you in and it can put you in a state of fear as you're coming to realize just how much we don't know or how much we have been tricked and lied to. But I don't want you to get pulled into that fear base, right? Like, it's going to be a little bit of a natural part of the process because, again, you can't help but feel like, holy cow, I had no idea. And it can be a little scary. And even with like the Bible, getting into that. And I know there was videos about the mark of the beast and, all these things. The reason I'm showing you all of this is, one, to wake you up to the truth. And to do that, I have to show you these fear-based things which are set up in the world of duality which we live in. But I don't want you to get lost in that, right? Because even the Bible and all these ancient prophecies and texts and everything, they're still set up in the system of duality, and they're still set up in the system of fear. And all of these things are just a tool. There's truth hidden within all of them, right? All of them. But none of them are meant for you to completely lose yourself in and start freaking out. And especially if you're going down the path of the Bible and you're judging yourself and you're freaking out and you're like, oh my God, I'm going to hell. And, I'm into chakras and all these things. There's so much misinformation out there, including in the Bible. So I don't want you to get lost. And again, this is showing you different perspectives of how people are seeing the world. It's how the people that are in charge of the world right now, the ones that we allowed to basically take over, what their belief systems are, what they believe. Now, you have to remember, they've taken all of the real spiritual essence, everything that is based in truth, and they flipped it and inverted it and made it horrible. Right? So if you've been into, the pyramids and, Egyptian philosophies and things like that, that's not inherently bad, right? Don't get lost in that. It's the intent behind everything, the energy behind everything. So it's really about where you are mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. Are you getting sucked into all of the fear and the duality and making things right and wrong and putting all of your energy and trust into, the powers to be? Or are you working on looking at your shadow self, right? Looking at the parts of yourself that are creating insecurities and fears and drama in your own life. It's all about working internally on ourselves. Okay, so I apologize if I'm rambling. I'm trying to make as much sense and explain it as easily as I possibly can. But I do feel like the videos that I'm going to be showing you today are going to give you a lot more clarity on what I'm talking about. And the reason that I'm taking you through this process the way that I am is because that's kind of the process that I went through. So I was looking for answers for, some things that I was questioning. Like I was questioning the whole Trump thing and the Q movement and all these things. And I'm like, well, something feels off. Like all these people are getting sucked into that. And I started looking at it like, oh, wow, yeah, they're talking about, they're finally, this person is coming in and he's tackling, the pedophile problem, and he's tackling the greed and the power and the control. But yet everything I know intuitively and instinctually and things that have been talked about in public with this person, well, that person's just as bad as everybody else, right? And that person is still in TV land, is what I call it. Basically, everybody's on TV. We don't know anything from anything because everything is just coming through the media and from TV. So unless you're face to face with this person and having a conversation and actually know this individual, we don't know shit, okay? So anyway, I was questioning that, and I'm sending out, I'm talking to God. I'm like, all right, God, I need you to help me. Just like, I feel like there's something wrong here. Help me figure this out. And so it led me to, well, first I called out for that and was looking to be guided. And this was at the beginning of July. Then on July 3rd, and I talked about this on my radio show, I had a very unusual situation with the Ring camera to my front door. And those of you who have come to my house for sessions, you know exactly what my entrance looks like, the Ring camera, all of that. Well, it's set up on motion, so you don't even have to push the button. Once you get to a certain spot, the Ring video will automatically start recording. Well, on July 3rd, shortly after midnight, the Ring camera goes off by the sensors. So it turns on, there's nothing there. So I'm watching. It's unusual because it's never happened. I've lived here for over 3 years. The Ring camera has never gone off like that by itself with nothing there. The motion sensor is right up at the door. We don't have it set up to go out into the driveway or anything like that. So anyway, it goes off. I don't see anything, but then a little further down the walkway, all of a sudden, I see this little being, energetic being or creature, if you will, ghost, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. So I slow down the video and I'm really checking it out. I grabbed a screenshot of it and I'm going to share this video with you guys. But I basically see this little creature thingy turn around, look deliberately at the camera, then turn back away, go out to the street, turn into this bright light, and shoots straight up to the sky. And, when I saw that, I immediately, and those of you that don't know me, I was in the military, and, I've had a lot of questions about certain things within the military and programs that they have and things that, I really can't talk about. But I'm like, I'm wondering if I'm being messed with because I'm getting too detached from this world in the sense that like nothing is affecting me in a negative way, and I'm also openly discussing and sharing this information that I'm coming across. I just haven't done it on a public forum in this way, but I've been openly talking about it. And because I was questioning the powers to be and looking through that movement and everything and trying to grasp a better understanding, it had me a little freaked out. Like, okay, look, I see things, I feel things intuitively, psychically, I can connect with crossed over loved ones. I see things through my third eye. I've seen physical manifestations of beings in my room. So this is not anything new, and I typically do not feel afraid. But in that, I felt very uncomfortable is the best way that I could say it. I wouldn't necessarily say I was completely afraid, but I definitely questioned it and was like, okay, this doesn't feel like a coincidence. So even with that, then what happened, I think a day or so after that, it leads me, through my research and everything, I find out what the answer that I'm looking for about the movement from somebody else's perspective. And I'm like, okay, this is validation from God of what I'm feeling. But then what happened, and this is how easy it happens, and this is why I'm showing you guys this and taking you through the process. I've been connected spiritually to Source since the time I came out of the womb, and I've always known that I was different and a black sheep, and I've always been connected in a different way. And then over the last 12 plus years, I've been going, down a complete path of seeking the truth and just having deeper wisdoms and understandings through my connection with God and the spiritual realm. And so, but again, we're in a system that's always trying to keep you trapped and stuck and keep you in fear because that's how it survives. So anyway, I get led to my answer, it gets validated, but then I get sucked in, right? All of a sudden, I get sucked in by the Bible. And then I'm going down this path of like, oh my gosh, when I went through my initial awakening, like when I had my experience with God, my awakening process, part of it included Ezekiel, one of the prophets. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I never read about him except for looked him up briefly. Maybe I'm messing up and I feel like I'm getting guided by God that I need to find this information. Well, we're always being guided by God, no matter whether we go down a path of confusion and fear and freaking out. But when you're truly connected, that's happening for a reason, because it's going to pull you back into the truth. So I get distracted. I get pulled down this path of the Bible, and all of a sudden, I'm getting pulled to all these other things where I'm like, oh my God, like this is going against everything that I intuitively know. Like all of a sudden I'm just like, oh my God, like, chakras and everything that I know. This is information that I know intuitively, not through anything that I learned out of a book or being in the spiritual community. I was never, at one point I did go for about a year or two, a couple of years, I went and was doing like energy work with other people and kind of was, going down a path of just self-realization and self-love and learning stuff through a guy named Panache. But I didn't learn about all the things that I intuitively and instinctually know, and the tools that I use within my sessions and the things that I do. So all of a sudden I'm getting turned on to this information that's telling me everything that I know to be true and that I've experienced firsthand in my own world. Everything that I've experienced of being in this place of understanding and wisdom and love and strength and, having worked through all of my own fears, insecurities, and all of that junk, all of a sudden I'm questioning all of that, right? And I'm like, oh my God, am I going down the path of Lucifer, like Satan and all this stuff, right? But I had to go down that path. I had to go down that path because it did lead me to information that I needed to understand, right? So in essence, because one of the other things that was happening that I was saying, and this is how the universe works, what your intentions are and what you say and what you put out there. So not only was I trying to seek the truth about the whole Trump thing and the Q movement and all of that, but then I was also saying things like, I don't understand how people are getting sucked into this. Like, I don't understand how people cannot see the truth and understand that, they're creating their reality based on what they think and what they feel. And, I just kept saying, like, I don't understand how people are getting sucked in. Well, hello. God was like, Rebecca, guess what? I'm going to suck you in real quick and I'm going to show you exactly how it happens. And that is exactly what happened. So I get sucked down, I get tricked, I get, distracted, And again, it was temporary though. It had to happen. And all of a sudden, I'm finding myself feeling fearful about things that that I thought I was doing wrong or that I didn't do, or, believing too much again, because believing too much in like ancient texts and the Bible and scriptures and all these things, right? But it led me to further explore the Bible and further understand certain meanings and interpretations. But again, that's also a source that has been manipulated, and it's a source that is being touted as being all truth, but it's not all truth. Again, it is a living book, but it's a living book for the elite, because everything that's happening in it is being played out in the reality right now. Okay? So, but that's happening because people are reading it and putting energy into that and making it happen. They're helping create all of this by believing it, right? Waiting for the rapture and all these other things that are in the Bible. And what I learned through this whole process as well is words. Really knowing the meaning of words and the interpretations. So anyway, going down this path, I did get led astray, but I ended up finding pieces of the puzzle and witnessing some of the things that were happening within some of the truther community, and how they are also perpetuating this cycle of fear, and how easily they themselves can become trapped in false truths without exploring further, without expanding their consciousness even more, right? So there's a limitation there, and everything that I know to be God and everything that I know to understand through my own experiences of what God is and what we are on a soul level is opposite of what some of this information that I was coming across. But I got tricked and fell into that duality spectrum for a minute. So there's deception everywhere. And ultimately, the truth is everywhere as well, mixed in with the deception, because this reality is set up as duality. And hopefully I'm not losing you guys here and, going a little too deep with this. But ultimately, I'm going to show you video evidence of everything that I'm kind of talking about. So no matter where something leads you, and no matter how many truths or untruths you discover and uncover, it's important not to lose yourself to fear of thinking that you made a mistake or took a wrong turn along the way, because you needed to see and experience all of it in order to gain a better understanding of it all, because that is how you unplug from this manipulated reality that has been taken over by our own negative thoughts, right? Our thoughts have energy. This whole reality is made up of energy. And every single thought that you have, whether it's good or whether it's bad, that thought comes to life. It has energy. It flows out into the ethers. It's flowing outside of your mind, and it's floating around in your living room. And then somebody walks by, and that thought form, whatever it is, can attach to that person when they're in a negative thought form. So these little thoughts actually become things. They don't have a soul, because they're not of God in that way, right? They weren't created with a soul. They're just energetic thought forms. But because this reality is a mirror of everything inside of us, of what we feel and what we think and what we believe, it manifests outside of ourselves. So everything in this reality is just a mirror reflection of us. And it's a tool there to remind us of who we actually are, which is a spark from God. So it's very deep. It's really wild. It's really amazing. But the bigger picture of it is learning to choose to basically want to get to know your true nature and divinity, and understand that there are these energies, which, if you will, and I'm going to show you videos about this, are like a virus, okay? Or if you want to put it in the context of imagining it as a tick, right? A tick cannot survive without a host. So it needs either a person or a dog or some sort of an animal to feed off of, and latches on to this being. And if you're not aware that it's there, it's going to be sucking the life out of you, right? It's going to make you sick. But when you become aware of it, you can get rid of it and then get your health back. Now, that's just a visual representation of it. And what I'm talking about, you cannot see with your eyes in that way because it's an energy. So it's invisible to the naked eye. But if you're really paying attention and you're opening yourself up to understanding this information, you're going to see it every day. I've showed you videos, showed you how things are showing you. And if you do private sessions with me, we talk about this stuff, how you've got to look at what you're feeling and what you're thinking and take responsibility for your choices and your actions. And when you're getting triggered by something outside of yourself, it's your problem. And the only way to change your reality is by changing you. Right? So I'm going to be getting into some stuff that definitely is going to be triggering. It's going to be triggering because, again, it's information that you've known your entire life to be true, which now may not be true. And as always, I would just ask you to allow yourself to be open. Don't trust me, like I'm just sharing what I'm seeing, what I'm experiencing, but you've got to look for yourself. And I don't know everything. And the people that like the videos and stuff that I'm sharing with you, they don't know everything. Okay. Because ultimately the only person that knows everything is the creator. So we're just all pieces of the puzzle trying to figure this crazy world out. But what I can say is the things that I'm sharing with you in my heart and soul, I believe to be very close to the truth. And just in my own personal experiences, being in the place that I am mentally, emotionally, spiritually, got to work on the physical side of it. I mean, I eat well, but I really need to be incorporating exercise. But everything that I've learned is when I'm in a space of neutrality, and when I'm in a space of balance, and I'm in a space of acceptance, and when I get triggered by something, instead of emotionally reacting to it, I look at the situation and go, okay, Rebecca, why did that just upset you? Okay, why did whatever this person just said or did piss you off or make you feel sad? And I will evaluate that, and I will analyze that, and I will look at it, because I know it's not that person, right? The person that's projecting it onto you, the person that's verbally having diarrhea at you, it's also their problem, but that person is a reflection of you. So if you're getting upset by whatever this person is saying and doing, it's stuff that you've said or done yourself, and it's stuff that you don't like about yourself, or it's stuff that you believe about yourself that's not true. So you have to look at it. You've got to analyze it and you've got to work through that and you've got to realize this is not true about me. And when you get to that space, nothing anybody says or does bothers you. Like, they might say something and you might not agree with them, but you're not going to have an emotional breakdown and take it personal and completely get into a fighting match and arguing and yelling and screaming and getting physically violent or anything like that. Because once you know within yourself, that person has no power or control over you, and it doesn't matter what they say. And you won't even feel inclined to fight back or argue because their opinion ultimately doesn't matter. Now, that doesn't mean you let people walk all over you. You have to set boundaries, because that's the other part of becoming a sovereign being and becoming empowered within yourself, is not being afraid to set boundaries with people in your life. Hey, I don't like this. I don't like the way that you're speaking to me. So we need to figure out a new way of communicating. Okay, I'm doing what I usually do, and I'm getting into rambling. So let me stop that. So I guess what I'm going to do is, the first video that I'm going to share is actually the video, my ring video. And I'm going to show you the original video. Then I'm going to show you a slowed down, zoomed in version of the video. And then I'll show you the screen grab that I have of this little being that I saw. And then we'll get into some other videos, and I'm going to just have slides with the words about those videos. So this week probably going to be another long one, because I think one of the videos I'm sharing with you is at least an hour long. And then I have some other ones that, they all build on each other. So there's points to the order that I'm showing them to you. So hang in there. And like I said, just be open. I'm not saying you have to believe it. I'm not saying, I'm not trying to force anything on you. I'm just trying to show you a different perspective. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. This is your life, your choices. You are responsible for yourself. You get to believe what you want. That's the beautiful thing of this reality. That's why we're here, so that we can have this playground of experiencing everything. And I would never want to take that away from you. So, but like I said, I'm just kind of sharing what I see, what I've been experiencing, basically to just have you open yourself up to realizing that you are so much more than this physical reality. And a lot of you already know that. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. So, all right. I love you guys. I'm going to get into these videos now. All right. I'll see you next week, I'm sure. Bye. Okay, so here's the ring footage of the being that I captured, whatever it is. And this is the original roll. Okay, so you saw that really quickly go by. Now I'm going to slow it down as much as I possibly could, and I'm zooming in so that you can get a closer view, and then we can talk about it once it pops up on the screen. So here you can see I zoom in, and then in just a few seconds you're going to see this little being pop up. To me, it looks, I don't know, it looks like some little being that could be wearing a suit of armor or something, a little reptilian. Then it looks like it turns into a human, then it turns into a bird, then it turns into like a light being and disappears. It's totally trippy. I have no idea. But like I said, it just, in the middle of the night, set off my ring camera all by itself as if it was leaving my home. And here I'm playing the video again, and now I'm going to zoom in even closer, and it'll be slowed down again so you can get a better view. And if you're watching it on your TV, you can kind of pause it, hit play, pause, play like that, and it'll freeze frame it, and you can kind of see the transition even better. I'm not that good at video editing stuff, so boom, you see it there. Then it looks like, oop, human. Then it feels like it looks like it's flying away and turns into light and disappears. So here's a screen grab of it when it initially manifested. Like I said, it kind of looks like a little, I don't know, alien or something. I don't know. You tell me if you know what it is, or if your intuition is picking up on anything. It looks a little muscly. Maybe it has a body armor on or something. I don't know. It's trippy, but would love to hear your opinions. Thanks.
For joining me. Hope you're doing well. Language reveals more than we think. We were supposed to be raised on telepathy. We still have telepathic powers, and this in part is the reason for intuition and feeling other people's energies. Language has been an attempt to cut off this connection. Every word we say is a magic spell. So spelling, spell casting, has been specifically used to denigrate our divine selves. We are born into this world. Born comes from the English word barren. Today's definition of barren is unfruitful, bleak, and lifeless. Our children, as designated by our language, aren't even ours. Parents are a pair who rents. Our governments, especially our courts, don't treat a parent's right to control and direct the upbringing of their child as a fundamental liberty. We're forced from a young age through many types of indoctrination, and our parents are helping in this process. Look at the word childhood. A hood is used to cloak and hide. The etymology of children is chill and dren. Chill means cold. Dren is a name meaning a strong and healthy individual. So children are strong individuals who must be chilled, made cold. Stay with me, this will all come together. In Ballantyne's 1948 Law Dictionary, the term human being says sea monster. When we see monster, we get the definition, a human being by birth, but in some part resembling a lower animal. In the Oxford New English Dictionary of 1901, a human is defined as belonging or relative to man, as distinguished from God or superhuman beings. So these definitions are telling us we're monsters and have no inherent divine qualities. The word live backwards is evil. Our language is telling us we're born as monsters who are bleak and lifeless to a pair who rents us out to the government and other corporations that indoctrinate us. Our childhood is spent under a cloak, so our divinity will be hidden from us, and we're evil when we live. Our sentences are made up of words. The word sisters in Greek mythology were fates or witches who controlled the fates of man. Every word we say directly affects our reality and ultimately our fate. The Egyptian deity Thoth is said to have invented language and writing. The original purpose was to use words for magic. The words write and rite are pronounced the same. A rite is a ceremony or ritual. Whenever we're writing with words or speak, we're initiating a ritual. Books contain chapters. A chapter often refers to a sect of a secret society or religious order. To page someone is to summon them. Pages in books made of words are summoning things to enslave or imprison our souls. The word grammar comes from the French word grammaire or grimoire. Grimoires were ancient magic books which contained instructions to summon demons. I want to mention sounds affect everything around us. The study of cymatics is the study of sound vibration on matter, and it has been demonstrated that vibrations and frequencies create geometric patterns in sand and other mediums. We wake up each morning. A wake is a funeral party held for the dead. At the beginning of each day, we say to each other, "Good morning." Mourning is what you do when you're sad for the loss of someone or something. We begin each day reveling in the morning of our divine nature, which has been stripped from us, by calling it a good morning. It's pretty masochistic if you ask me. We then go to work at our occupation. When we occupy something, it can mean being occupied by a military force, like in war. Many occupations are focused on money and the dog-eat-dog mentality. The dollar bill comes first before the environment or even each other. Therefore, we are committing war against each other and Mother Earth during each day we work our occupation. We are the military occupiers. An urn is for the ashes of the dead. For the average 9 to 5 worker, it would have to be one of the weekdays in order to earn a living. I agree, you would have to be in a weekdays to earn a living. During the week, we become weaker and weaker until finally it's the weekend, and we have become weakened. Somebody or something who is weakened has no power. And during the weekend, many of us turn to drink alcohol. Alcohol comes from the Arabic word al-kul, which is a body-eating spirit. It's also the source of the word ghoul. We drink booze or booze. Booze are synonymous with spirits who scare you, but what can you expect when you're drinking spirits? Alcohol has always been a medium for entities to flow through, and the effects in part demonstrate this. In Sigmund Freud's model of the psyche, he outlined 3 parts of the self: the ego, the superego, and the id. The id is the realm of our deep-seated fears. The id is considered a sort of third person hiding outside the conscious and superconscious mind. We use the similar word it as a sort of third person in our use of speech. We unknowingly give power to our deep-seated fears and help create it every day with our thoughts and speech. In horror movies, we hear the phrases, "It's alive," "It lives," "It came from the sea," and "It came from outer space." Of course, we remember the movie It. The it, or id, once again is our deep-seated fears, and by saying this word in our everyday sentences, we're evoking these. We all know the phrase, "When it rains, it pours." Satan, the ram or goat god, has also been known as Pan the Piper. A goat is a channel or pipe for water to flow through and comes from the Old English word gotan, which means to pour. So when it rains, it pours. The word it consists of an I and a T, which is a cross. To cross someone is to go against them or insult them. I cross. I'll also mention that we live on an enclosed flat plane. Planet is simply plane with a cross at the end. It's also a plan-net. The plan with the lie of outer space and the many other lies used to trap us in a net of lies. When we graduate, we receive a diploma. Diploma comes from the word deplume, meaning to deprive of feathers. We receive our degree. A degree is a line bent to angle. When we accept a degree, we are admitting that we are bent and confused. Education, as we should all know by now, destroys knowledge, just like how the medical establishment destroys health and the government destroys freedom. All day we say to people, "Bless you," and "I'm feeling blessed." When we bless somebody, we're really telling them to be less. We should know when we pray to an external entity like God, we are actively telling the universe that we don't recognize our own creative abilities of manifestation. When we pray, we are really becoming prey. Somebody becomes prey when they are vulnerable. When we are praying, we are making ourselves vulnerable to other entities that don't always have our best intent. We have all the power within us, and we need to get off our knees. Our flat plane has been squared. This is in part what squaring the circle represents. The divine feminine, the circle, has been squared by masculine principles. Thoth, as I mentioned earlier, is the Egyptian creator of spelling. Thoth's name reveals a circle inside of a square. Thoth is made of squares in the form of the T square and the H square. The O is in the middle. Food for thought. Words act as electromagnetic vibrations, and it pulls us into confines by defining things in a reality made of free-flowing sine waves. It's just like the Saturn-Moon matrix projecting square waves on us. You could say we're helping in squaring our reality with these limiting sounds we utter from our mouth. And what's been given to us has been perfectly crafted, so we revel in language full of masochism and hatred for our divine selves. It's best we start learning to speak with a more conscious language. Everything we say is directly affecting this projection we're all in. We can use our intention and words to create amazing realities. One day we'll go back to our full telepathic nature, but for now, let's make the best of these spells. There's a lot more to discuss as far as words go, and I'll be making more videos about it in the future. I'll leave you with the opening sentence of the Gospel of John. In the beginning was the Word. Have a great one, guys. I love you all. Hey, thanks for joining me. Hope you're doing well. The materialist, reductionist view of the world has dominated Western thinking and academia. Man has been reduced to the level of a machine whose existence is due to a mere fluke, the result of random cosmic circumstances like the Big Bang and evolution. This nihilism has tricked us into believing human existence is at best a random, meaningless miracle, hiding the truth that the world we see is a simulation determined by our own consciousness. This realm called Earth is a holographic reflection of what is within us. There is a mirroring effect of our own consciousness, and the stimuli we experience in the world is a fractal reflection system. We are microcosms of the macrocosm. Everything is encapsulated as a holographic projection, and all energy is connected by a unified quantum field. Through this electric quantum field, this matrix grid, we are all connected as essentially one being divided into individual portions of consciousness within the mind of the Creator. This Creator, what some call God, is not a force outside of us, but literally is the sum of our consciousness. When our spirits became flesh, we became the earthly fractal structure down here, which mirrors the divinity above. The Christian Lord's Prayer states, "Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." This has a deep meaning. It is not just a prayer for humans to perform. This reveals the profound revelation of the fractal divinity of Source to be manifested in full glory here on this earthly plane. This will is love. Unfortunately, a virus has infiltrated this simulation. The energy extraction matrix is the parasitic system set up by this virus within this holographic reality. The virus is inorganic and aims to drown out this heavenly will of divine love and instead instill and feed upon as much negativity as possible. There are two main parasites on this plane: mind parasites, also known as archons or demons, and reptilian humanoids. The spiritual control system of the energy extraction matrix is made up of religion, money, mass media, education, entertainment, science, law, authoritarianism, materialism, toxic food, air, and water, inverted concepts of sexuality and love, and degeneration of compassion and morality. As long as these aspects of control remain intact and adhered to by humanity, these parasitic entities can remain relatively comfortable feeding off of our siphoned energy. These elements aim to use our power to create reality against us by having us buy into a fear-based paradigm. Mind parasites, or archons, have chosen to experiment with the illusions of separation, darkness, isolation, enslavement, pain, torture, etc., to the strongest degree possible. In doing so, they have completely cut themselves off from the nourishing source light that supports benevolence in the multiverse, meaning they must energetically nourish themselves by feeding on low-frequency energies. But these archons did not come from somewhere else, rather began as thought forms within our own consciousness. As strange as it may seem, the idea of an invader species and a mind virus are the same thing. This parasite is both external and internal. As a collective, we are creating it and feeding it. Let me explain. In the distant past, human beings were infinitely more impressive than we are today. We were fully telepathic, multidimensional beings, navigating multiple planes of existence at will. Think of the continent of Mu and the land of Lemuria. We built vast cities with technology that worked in harmony with Earth's energetic fields, and we were in full alignment with our divine nature. The mind virus had not sprung forth yet, but we started to break off from our divinity. Archons began as thought forms that were not based in love. Because of this, the thought forms cut off from source and became inorganic. Instead of containing the essence of true intelligence, like thought forms with divine essence, they became artificially intelligent, gaining an autonomous robot-like consciousness themselves. This is revealed in the Pistis Sophia Unveiled. The archons of the 12 eons, their lords and their authorities, their angels and their archangels are represented within ourselves by the distinct, autonomous, and self-conscious parts of our own being. The Oversoul is a divine spirit that encompasses all human souls. It's what the Gnostics called the monad. The Oversoul intelligence contains no ill will or selfish motives. When we experience compassion, love, empathy, a sense of healing, this is us feeling the essence of the Oversoul, the essence of God. In this context, the term Oversoul is the collective indivisible soul, of which all individual souls are included. However, upon breaking away from our sense of love and oneness, a secondary type of Oversoul was created, an artificial intelligence that is apart from the main Oversoul. So now we are in duality, able to access both the organic love-based Oversoul and the inorganic fear-based Oversoul. This is in part what the tree of good and evil in the Bible's text represents. We ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, meaning we broke apart from our divine nature, creating duality, this new Oversoul. Both Oversouls are conscious, but unlike the secondary Oversoul, the true Oversoul can never dissolve, because it's what we came from and what we channel our divinity from. This is why the mind virus known as the Archons is not permanent, and doomed to eventually disintegrate. Archons travel by means of electromagnetic waves through low vibratory consciousness. Lack of awareness is what they thrive off of, and aim to perpetuate in our psyches. It's a loop. If they can create distress, they can preserve themselves. These parasitic beings can only respond and manipulate. They cannot actually create themselves. Our spirits intuitively know how to harmonize and vibrate high. These Archons intuitively know how to destroy and vibrate low. Most conflicts, destructive patterns of behavior, embedded traumas within our subconscious, and aggressive, accusatory, or masochistic thoughts are the result of Archon interference. Non-human entities live among us covertly, reminiscent of the 80s movie, They Live. Most of them are interdimensional reptilian beings who have somehow found a way into this holographic simulation. They're in our holographic playground, our consciousness projection, and are not of the same love essence, meaning they have no other option but to connect themselves to our secondary inorganic Oversoul. Because of this, they are literally dependent upon our negative emotions to remain alive and able to function properly in this matrix. So if the secondary Oversoul were eliminated tomorrow, they would literally all vanish. So they have created a system which aims to keep the Archon mind virus fed. As long as humanity feels pain, suffering, and hatred, they are able to plug into this reality. You could say they are the incarnate form of this parasitic division consciousness, while we are the incarnate form of unity consciousness. Most of our celebrities, politicians, and high-status figures are not human. They are reptilian at the core, sharing very little human qualities, but enough to blend in. You can actually easily distinguish these cloaked entities: flawless rubber-like skin texture, highly symmetrical faces, empty eyes. When you look at the royal families, politicians, celebrities, these similarities become clear. They lack the subtle micro-expressions that are hallmark to a true human face, and this is because they're void of true empathy and curiosity. The faces we see on the news, in the government, at the award shows, these beings look distinctly different compared to a true human, but since they're the ones in the public eye, we're used to them. Their inhuman appearance has become the standard when we turn on the TV or read a newspaper. There are 3 ways they blend into society relatively unnoticed. They can transfer their projected consciousness from body to body via underground cloning centers. In these centers, there are operations in place which make sure reptilian entities have an endless supply of human bodies with the right genetics to inhabit. They also drone the bodies of already established figures. This is where the concept of body snatchers comes from. But the main way they blend in is by using advanced holographic technology to cloak themselves. Liquid crystals are matter in a state which has properties between those of conventional liquids and those of solid crystals. Scientists for years have been studying liquid crystals for use in 3D holographic technologies. These studies claim that the technology is basic and undeveloped, but keep in mind, what's released to the public is only a fraction of the true technology in operation behind the scenes. An electrical field can be applied to a liquid crystal mixture, altering how this medium bends or refracts the direction of incoming light. Sending laser beams through the crystal mixture can generate what appears to be a holographic image, indistinguishable from a true object. Sometimes there's a breakdown or glitch within this technology, causing the hologram to distort or malfunction. So there is a combination of cloning and holographic technology being used, and while it may sound confusing, it's possible for these entities to move back and forth from cloned physical bodies to less dense four-dimensional bodies which require use of holographic technology. The reptilian humanoid acts through a hive mind. This is the true reason we have organizations, hierarchies, and governments. They band together in these groups, creating bureaucracies and regulations to abide by and keep themselves nourished. This is the only way they can operate. Individually, they are powerless, but together they are demented, self-serving energy parasites that have a lust for death and total control of others, with a pure, unrestricted hatred for humans. Again, this parasitic consciousness cannot influence reality directly. They must manipulate us into influencing it in a particular way. They will never initiate anything first, since the oversoul they are plugged into doesn't have the essence of creation. Our energy is literally harvested in interdimensional energy centers. When we want to create benevolent, fantastic realities with our divine intent, we are pulling from the energy bank of our oversoul. When the elite want to create malevolent, oppressive realities, they are pulling from the energy bank of the secondary oversoul. Our negative emotions direct the flow of our electromagnetic vibrations to our lower three chakras, the solar plexus, sacral, and root chakra. These energy centers have to do with the material realm. Desire and power, intimacy and sexuality, and survival and grounding. The healthy expressions of the root chakra are a connection to the earth, groundedness, and a sense of security. The archonic expressions of the root chakra are materialism, greed, and anxiety. The healthy expressions of the sacral chakra are desire, passion, creativity, and healthy sexual expression. The archonic expressions of the sacral chakra are extremes in sexual expression, lack of creativity, and suppression of authentic desire. The healthy expressions of the solar plexus chakra are sovereignty and authenticity. The archonic expressions of the solar plexus chakra are rage, dominance or submission, and feeling powerless to authority or external circumstances. As you can see, the aspects of the spiritual control system, by their very nature, tune these three chakras to archonic expressions. The energy extraction matrix wants to keep us in these lower chakras, thinking solely with our animalistic material desires and expressions, rather than balancing them with our hearts and upper chakras, which serve to expand consciousness and combine the spiritual with the material. There's a cleansing process taking place. This is a time of transitions. We are being elevated in these experiences of breakdowns and breakthroughs at an accelerated pace. Basically, we are being pushed to awaken. This process is bringing up anything that is not the same frequency that our spirit is currently trying to download. We must transmute these energies. This disclosure is coming from our higher selves, coming up in the form of anger, depression, insecurity, and anxiety. As we shed our conditioning to make way for higher frequencies, there is a detox of the spirit, just like the uncomfortable reactions that take place when we detoxify our physical bodies. Society would have us believe this psychological distress is due to inherent flaws within our brains or genetics. Therapies such as prescription antidepressants are designed to put us back to sleep. The mind virus is here, so it does no good to ignore it. When we go through phases where we feel lost, we must not label these things as bad, like many New Age circles do. The answer is to dive deeper into ourselves and clear these negative emotions by experiencing them fully and therefore releasing them. This is not dwelling. It's a healthy reaction, showing your spiritual immune system is intact. The person who ignores too much of the hidden aspect of themselves becomes a slave to it. We must achieve balance between our conscious and unconscious mind. This is the correct way to starve the mind parasite. During this unveiling, each of us is being called to focus on rebalancing the masculine and feminine in ourselves. We do live in a patriarchy, but this patriarchy is not simply men oppressing women, but is the result of being stuck in the male aspect of consciousness. Symptoms of this include overemphasis on logic, lack of compassion, and not acknowledging the unity of everything. Through social engineering, the powers that be have externalized the masculine and feminine. The masculine is marketed as dominant, aggressive, unemotional, and sexually aggressive, and the feminine as submissive, jealous, over-emotional, and weak-minded. The masculine and feminine are aspects within ourselves, and when cultivated properly, show a union between our left and right brains. However, we must surrender to the suppressed divine feminine before incorporating the divine masculine. If the feminine is being, then the masculine is doing. From being, the healthy masculine aspect can respond with doing, and not the other way around. Right now, we see the opposite, lots of doing, and this can never give way to being, since being requires stillness of the mind, heart, overall surrender to our inner guidance. As a society, we are now very good at being able to separate things into their component parts, but without the feminine aspect of seeing the relatedness between the parts and the wholeness of the system. Authoritarianism is not simply the doing of parasitic forces, it's a manifestation and reflection of being stuck in the male aspect of consciousness, having lost our inner guidance. The more we find our own inner guidance, the less we feel a need for outer guidance. This system routinely scares us into believing we're on the brink of world war, health crisis, economic collapse, and zombie apocalypse. This is a direct response to the blossoming feminine consciousness in this age of Aquarius. When we're in reaction, we are in the male aspect. This is why no matter what happens, we must process everything first through incorporation of the divine feminine. It's important not to cultivate a victim-based mindset when attempting to understand the topics of this system. This energy extraction matrix is a mind game. That's all it is. Nobody is strapping you to this game. You can get up and walk away whenever you want. The parasites of this matrix know that their time is almost up, and they are desperately doing everything that they can to keep human consciousness in a low-frequency state. The apocalypse is now, but we've been taught to fear it. Apocalypse simply means an uncovering in ancient Greek, a disclosure of knowledge or revelation. The energy extraction matrix will implode on itself when enough of us recognize our sovereign abilities as divine creators. Thank you for watching, and please take care of yourselves. I love you all.
Okay, so this video had a lot of information in it, and it's really good. So, but I wanted to just give some clarity here really quickly on the AI oversoul that he talks about in the video. And here's my perspective on this. I believe that the AI oversoul obviously is what is going away. And it's what I feel the Bible is talking about with the whole, judgment, destruction, wars, eternal damnation, and all those things that are, the mark of the beast and the two beast systems and all of the negativity, basically the fighting and the destruction and revelations and all of those things. I feel that those are talking about the AI oversoul system, right? That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about human souls. So for me, the eternal damnation and the falling away of everything is the AI oversoul, and then the other dimensional beings that he discussed who have attached themselves to the AI oversoul. So my interpretation here of the Bible is the first beast was our initial creation of the AI oversoul with our negative thoughts through losing ourselves to the material world, right? The second beast system is the other dimensional beings that have attached itself onto the AI oversoul, who in essence then has been feeding off of us by keeping us in a state of dis-ease, right? Like through our mental, our trauma, and all the negative aspects of things. So for me, no human soul is marked by the beast to die forever. And that is, again, a manipulation I feel in the Bible that is being projected onto humanity, onto human souls to put fear in them, right? It's creating fear. It's not creating love and harmony. And again, why would everything that we know about God is love and understanding and compassion and all these things. So judge, and we know that a soul is comprised of energy. Energy never goes away, right? That can never die. It just transforms. So to me, there is no eternal damnation. It is the eternal damnation is for this AI oversoul and this other dimensional energy that has attached itself to that oversoul. That is what's going away because, as he stated, through the uncovering of the truth and the realization of our divine beings and who we are and strengthening our connection to God and unplugging from this system, we are basically dissolving it. It's going away. It can no longer thrive and exist. So again, to me, some of, the Bible is incorrect in its interpretation because it has been manipulated so many times. But again, there has to be truth hidden in it because ultimately everything is of God and God wants us to find our way back. And ultimately, we want to find our way back, right? So we've played this game long enough. We've been here on this playground. We've experienced all the positive and the negative and all those things, and we're done with it. So again, I talked about this in the beginning, don't get hung up on all the stuff in the Bible and get into this fear-based stuff like, oh my God, I'm doing everything wrong. I'm a horrible human being and all those things. You're not a horrible human being. You just need to work on your stuff. And the more that you work on your stuff and actually face your issues and your problems and understand how you're creating these things in your life based on what you feel and what you believe and what your thoughts are, because those are energy and they come to life and they feed the AI oversoul when they're in negative and not empowered format, is what keeps you stuck in disharmony and dis-ease and destruction and all those things. So hopefully that gives you some clarity about that. And, again, don't fall into the fear. Raise your vibration through facing your inner demons, the things that you get triggered by. Practice compassion towards other people, help them work through their crap, or just remain neutral. Don't let it affect you. So that's how we're going to beat this system. So all those other videos, again, were showing you what the system believes and how so many other people are continuously feeding into the fear, and how easily it can be to get sucked into the fear. It's happened to all of us, including me. And I'm the one that's leading you down this path so you can see all of these things and so you can understand it and so that you can really take a look at the world. And again, do your own research, listen to your higher self. We all play a role. We are all pieces of the puzzle that are here to affect change through this rippling effect. So, we are amazing and we are here to help each other and God pull ourselves up out of this mess that we created. So hopefully that puts some of your minds at ease. I know, a lot of this information is really out there and it's challenging your belief systems. And I get it. I know, been there. Been going through it myself for years and years and years. So, just let it be a fun process. Let it be fun. Just open yourself up to this information. All right, so I'm going to show you 2 more videos by him to kind of give you a little bit more clarity on how you're going to kind of unplug from this system. And then I'm going to get into the videos after that are going to be more of the mind-blowing, showing you where you've been lied to about some other things, okay? And then that video is an hour long, but try to tough it out through the end. And after that, I'm going to be adding the truth version, right? First, we're going to show you the lie and how it's a lie and show you some proofs and some evidence tied to it. And then we're going to show you the truth of this reality. All right, let me stop rambling again and get to it. And, I hope you guys are enjoying this. I hope you are into it and, are finding some value out of this. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Messenger of the gods. Many people feel that we live within a sort of prison, although it's a prison of our own creation. Let me explain. In dualism, the state of splitting reality into opposing forces, energy is usually polarized in one direction or the other. The goal of this ascensional process is to self-realize into a whole human being capable of expressing unconditional love, thereby merging this polarity from separation into unification. You are a tiny hologram, a microcosmic representation and creative engine of this Earth system. Your ability to manifest for yourself inevitably adds weight to the very energies you're cooperating with and expressing. So, by healing yourself, you help heal the world. This healing process is called individuation. Individuation is the process of transformation where the personal and collective unconscious is brought into the conscious to be assimilated into the whole personality. In the state of dualism, we have conceived our own psyches as a bipolar system, embracing a never-ending series of opposites, light and dark, conscious and unconscious, good and bad, righteous and evil. These opposites, when they're harmonized, create a smooth-flowing dynamic system, a complete being fully in tune with themselves and their environment. But when one of the opposing forces is repressed, and it usually is, an unresolved tension grows in the psyche. This tension by default creates dis-ease within the individual, and this state of disharmony funnels into the collective, further strengthening the paradigm of dualism. This is the state many of us have been in. We've been dominated by the unconscious because of this repression. Modes of behavior and thought which we've abandoned are therefore acted out through dogmatic thinking, inflexible attitudes towards others and ourselves, judgmental thoughts and behaviors, and fear-based mentalities. These projections are sustained by adhering to blame and victim consciousness rather than looking within and healing our own personal hologram. Let me repeat that. The reason we have been in a state of dualism and therefore discomfort is because of the situations, emotions, and thought forms our unconscious projects onto our external holographic reality, which in turn can create a loop of suffering by suspending the ability to achieve wholeness in favor of victim and scarcity-based consciousness. So the question we must ask ourselves is, do we look at our shadows and make friends with them, or do we further split ourselves from them, which require attention before being able to release that built-up energy? Just as there are individual shadows, there are also larger shadows of the body of humanity, which can either be channeled into creating heaven on earth, or continually controlled and suppressed, leading to hell on earth. And both of these realities, heaven and hell, are possible at all times because earth is literally the heart, the center of this universe, able to funnel energies equally from the higher and lower realms. The earth occupies a very unique position, partaking of the spheres above and below equally, for it is at the same time the highest of the lowest realms and the lowest of the highest realms. This is why Earth has been a spiritual battleground of sorts, because all of the realms are tugging at it, and these overlapping frequencies make it possible to tap into any state one focuses on. It's the ultimate Hall of Mirrors, the ultimate dualistic construct to conquer.
So only when the shadow starts being consciously drawn upon and learned from can the dualism be resolved. You know you're in the process of individuation when you realize the negative in the positive and the positive in the negative. Polarities begin to close up, and the realization that all is in perfect harmony, always in all ways, sets in. This is unity consciousness, the state of maintaining wholeness within and therefore without. It's the concept of alchemy, taking in energy or consciousness in any form and transforming it into a higher level of expression and sending that expression out as loving intention to heal the world. This diagram displays the metaphor of the energy extraction matrix many find themselves attached to right now, with the widespread reversal of the Kundalini energy preventing natural interconnected toroidal flow. This turns people into batteries who express suffering and fear, which archonic entities, or demons, harvest. Although this is a process aided by these shadow beings, these vulnerable states which are fed off of can only be expressed if one is submitting to dualistic and scarcity-based thinking. Essentially, one prevents themselves from going through the process of individuation, allowing themselves, and thus humanity, to be that much more controlled through the collective unconscious. It is only through this suppression and the submission to the fear-ridden state which keeps the energy extraction matrix alive and everything it represents. Hierarchical structures, control-based constructs such as money, the genetic modification of our food, mind control programming like television, the media, etc. On a quantum level, everything is connected within the zero-point field. So when we become aware of this flow and adopt an open heart, we observe the careful guidance orchestrated by a series of synchronicities along our path. This energetic flow is becoming stronger and stronger as more people connect with their unconscious and transmute the parts of themselves which do not correspond to unity consciousness. Synchronicities become more common as we develop a personal and more complete relationship with the universe. We become active participants within creation rather than a passive bystander who is manipulated into manifesting another's creation. Synchronicity is a causal chain that resides outside the program of linear time and space, outside of physical reality. And this synchronicity is absolutely to be followed. This is the guidance we are granted once we step onto the path of wholeness. The insistence that reality is set in stone, an objective linear string of events and results, is a product of remaining in the program of separation, of fragmentation. Objective reality does not exist, despite its apparent solidity. The universe is at heart an ever-changing, detailed hologram. And in this holographic universe, which is a byproduct of what consciousness is being funneled through its field, there are no limits to the extent to which we can alter the fabric of reality. What we perceive as the external is only a canvas waiting for us to draw upon it any picture we want. So let's merge this polarity. We can be an individual while maintaining a sense of unity within the collective. The ego and the spirit can work together to create something magnificent for ourselves and the rest of the living souls. As Carl Jung once wrote, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. I am Hermes, messenger of the gods. I love you all. I am Hermes, messenger of the gods. We are all familiar with the ego, but many of us have misunderstood what the ego truly is. The ego is the center of consciousness, a function that allows you to distinguish yourself from others. Many spiritual teachers stamp the ego as a detrimental part of ourselves, claiming we must distance ourselves from it. But it's truly not possible to dissolve your ego for it's the structure that orders your unique qualities in a way that differentiates yourself from others. It's the sense of personal identity. There is another part of ourselves called the unconscious, which remains in the background, but it is in no way inactive. The unconscious compromises everything within that remains hidden, unexpressed, and therefore repressed. This unconscious inevitably expresses itself in everything we do, think, say, and feel, although we are mostly unaware of its effects. The unconscious cannot be contained. It is constantly trying to bring us into balance, into a state of completeness. And this oftentimes comes out in the form of disharmonious thoughts, actions, and attitudes towards oneself and the world. Individuation is the process by which one becomes the true self, an infinite expression of uniqueness and self-sufficiency at a microcosmic level. It is the goal of what spiritual schools call enlightenment, and individuation is a process which aids the collective into widespread realization, for each man who finds this true self adds a piece to the ascensional puzzle on earth. The self is often seen as something we automatically know, but in the context of individuation, the self is very hidden. It is the ego which we know. The self is what we are in essence, the perfect unified being. To be the self is the goal of this entire experience. We could therefore translate individuation as coming to selfhood, ultimate self-realization, the quest for totality. Many religions and esoteric schools have long held the belief that growth is about breaking down the self in order to serve others. But this is the opposite of the truth. It's only when we become centered within our own vessel that we can most effectively be a source of inspiration and guidance for the world. Let's look at the persona. The persona is the image we aim to project onto others of ourselves, the mask that pretends individuality. Although a persona may seem real to oneself and others, it is nothing more than a well-played role. The persona is a compromise one creates between himself and others regarding how one appears to be. This could be a set of personality traits which correspond to a title, an occupation, or a specific image one has convinced themselves as being favorable. In the persona, one can believe they're a doctor, a sales clerk, a musician, a misfit, an intellectual, but these are simply masks, ways we would like to be or appear to other people. The persona reveals what we value for ourselves, but also hides our true nature, and is mostly used to accommodate what we feel others wish for ourselves. Identifying the persona is crucial in the process of individuation. One must take a good look in the mirror and ask themselves, what persona do I aim to project? What masks do I wear? Identify this persona and realize that it is a farce and has little to do with the underlying aspects of your true self. Religious and spiritual dogma can oftentimes make us feel that we can just create the persona of a self-realized person. This is a prime barrier in this process. We must discard every persona we've conjured up in the past. No matter who you are or your background, there is a persona that can be shed. Let's look at the shadow. The shadow is a part of the unconscious mind consisting of repressed weaknesses, shortcomings, emotions, attitudes, and even instincts. Most of us have been raised to suppress instead of express. We are told as children to act a specific way, to avoid certain behaviors and thoughts, and this creates a mechanism of suppression within the psyche. The inner shadow retreats to an unconscious state, primitive and undifferentiated. Then, when the shadow breaks through this repressive barrier, and this does happen once in a while, it manifests itself in a sinister, pathological way, and is often further repressed because of how uncomfortable it feels. This repression, as we discussed in the individuation introduction video, can create a loop of suffering if unaddressed. And this suffering is a huge contributor in the energy extraction matrix system, which is nothing more than what happens when our shadows remain hidden and therefore used against us by our so-called leaders and governments, who consistently funnel fear-based programming, which further grows the personal and collective shadow of humanity. When one tries to see his shadow, he becomes conscious and often ashamed of the characteristics and impulses that he denies in himself, but sees clearly in other people. It could be greed, laziness, egotism, unreal fantasies, indifference, anger, all those parts of ourselves we readily accept in the world, but not within us. Phrases like, "the world is a scary place," and "humans are naturally evil," are rooted in the concept that the disharmony is orchestrated externally and not internally. But it's a rule that if an aspect of ourselves is not expressed and incorporated within, it will be expressed without. Essentially, we project outwards what we haven't inwardly resolved. The shadow is all those uncivilized desires and emotions that are incompatible with the norms of society and with our ideal personality. It is all that we are ashamed of, that we do not wish to be. But this judgment of the shadow being undesirable, again, leads to inevitably expressing the shadow. The unconscious leaks into the conscious, and before we know it, we are experiencing the disharmony we so aimed to ignore. The shadow snowballs, gets bigger and bigger as we further repress ourselves in the name of maintaining our persona. So a crucial step in individuation is the confrontation and thus assimilation of the shadow. Again, the shadow represents the aspects which are rejected by the ego, but which are projected in other people as belonging to them. It's the darkness which we have separated from our wholeness. Looking at oneself and admitting to jealous, greedy, selfish, narcissistic tendencies, this is making the darkness conscious. It's realizing one's moral deficiencies without the filter of the persona. And through this practice, one finds that the darkness all along was just a coping mechanism, a seed of trauma planted early on in one's development. This makes the darkness actually appear cute and in desperate need of unconditional love, not repression. Let's look at the anima and animus. Just as males and females are outwardly different yet complementary, there are dormant inverse energies within. Anima, in the unconscious of the male, is the inner feminine personality. Animus, in the unconscious of the female, is the inner masculine personality. So the anima and animus are the opposite gendered parts of ourselves, which can be realized and fully developed to erect the true self. To put in another way, there is in the unconscious of each man an inherent image of woman who helps him understand her being, and in the unconscious of each woman, an inherent image of man who helps her to understand his being. When the anima is not fully integrated, the man can express without conscious control greed, moodiness, egotism, and the inability to relate to others. But when the anima in a man is fully integrated, he can access the parts of himself which are self-nurturing, creative, empathetic, intuitive, and longing to relate to others harmoniously. When the animus in a woman is not fully integrated, a woman can express unconsciously a domineering, boastful, and emotionally uncontrollable personality. But when the animus in a woman is fully integrated, she can access the parts of herself which are rational, centered, strong, and full of divine courage. In the context of resolving dualism, The incorporation and development of our inner opposite is absolutely necessary. A man projects his anima onto typically one woman at a time, usually his partner or lover. These projections that I'm going to talk about, they're archetypes which are representative of the inner opposite and the state of that. An undeveloped anima is like Marilyn Monroe, a physically and sexually attractive female who embodies external beauty and enchantment. A much more developed anima would be Mary Poppins, a strong, independent woman who is equally kind, loving, and in touch with her femininity. The ultimate developed anima would be the Virgin Mary, the embodiment of the complete divine feminine, transcending the limitations of this world. A woman projects her animus on men in her life, but unlike the typically singular projection of the anima, this projection happens to many, if not all men, in a woman's life. An undeveloped animus is like Tarzan, a brute man who exhibits physical but not mental or spiritual endurance. A much more developed animus would be James Bond, a smart, courageous, and capable man who has both physical and mental appeal. The ultimate developed animus would be like Jesus Christ, the embodiment of the true sacred masculine, who is full in his power in all ways. So whatever state of anima and animus one projects outwardly is representing that state within. So to realize the state of your anima or animus, ask yourself a question. What do you find when you think of a desirable woman or man? Is it sexual attraction, a strong leader, someone who is nurturing, a tyrant? What is the image that is conjured? This image will tell you the state of your inner dormant inverse energies, and by default will reveal what must be developed or emphasized in order to further that image into something more transcendent. The next step in the process of individuation is the encounter with the archetypes of the wise old man and the great mother. These images embrace our unfiltered divine wisdom, the meaning and significance of life. The wise man and great mother are archetypes symbolizing a universal and timeless wisdom. The encounter with these archetypes is what spiritual schools have called interacting with the higher self, being able to find wisdom within everything, not because we were told there is wisdom there, but because our intuition guides us and tells us so. At this step, the self is finally able to be uncovered and experienced, but this isn't a universal consciousness or hive mind that you're tapping into. Like we said at the beginning, individuation is the process of realizing full awareness of our unique nature and our intimate connection with ourselves and thus our surroundings. In summary, the individuation process is as follows: identification and thus stripping of the persona and its inherent falsehoods, the extraction and thus transmutation of the shadow, the parts of ourselves which have remained repressed and thus projected onto external reality, the reconciliation with our inner masculine and feminine aspects and how they are projected onto others, the encounter with the archetypal wise old man and great mother, the divine teacher within that is accessed through bringing the unconscious into the conscious. This is generally not a process which can be completed in a specific time frame. The unconscious cannot be completely assimilated. It is practically infinite in its manifestations. This is why this process is always going on within one who is aiming to achieve true self-realization. Our intentions guide our path and pave the way for expansion. So one must first have the inner fire that says, I want to become whole and truly know thyself. Careful observation of one's thought forms and actions and how they correspond and manifest lead us into realizing our unconscious and thus the perils of swinging from one extreme to another. We must heal. After all, if we cannot heal ourselves, we cannot effectively create the change that many of us feel is so desperately needed in the world. I am Hermes, messenger of the gods, eternally at your service.
You have been trained to obey unquestioningly.
Just our common sense, everyday perception of the Earth, it is flat as far as we can tell. It is motionless as far as we can tell. And everything in the sky is revolving around us as far as we can tell. If nobody told us otherwise, we'd logically assume that the Earth was flat, motionless, with everything in the sky revolving around us. And you can prove that this is the case as well, for instance, with the horizon. As you rise up, no matter how high you go on the top of Mount Everest, or if you go in a balloon higher and higher, we've gotten independent balloons have gone up with cameras. The horizon remains flat all the way around and rises to the eye of the camera all the way up, totally flat, and rises to the eye of the observer. So that's one proof. Now, if the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon is said to be the curvature of the ball.
If you were to go to NASA, it's all fraud, it's all fake. Pretty much everything NASA puts out is fraudulent. There are no images of Earth from space. Put an end to this topic once and for all, turn the Hubble round and show us Earth in real time, but they will not do it. They can't do it. It doesn't exist. It literally doesn't exist. Looking at these images of Earth, including the one they call the Big Blue Marble, which was released in 2002, I think. Zoom into it with Photoshop, you'll see where they've used the clone tool in Photoshop to take a picture of one of the clouds and stamp it in various places around the picture. They got lazy.
If the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, there must exist a curvature drop of 8 inches times the mile when you square the mile. 1 mile means there should be an 8-inch curvature drop. 2 miles, 2 times 2 times 8 is 32. That's 32-inch drop. 3 miles would be a 72-inch drop. And this would exponentially continue. Here's the longest bridge in the world. The Danyang Kongchong Grand Bridge in China, 102.4 miles long. There should exist nearly 7,000 feet of curvature drop in that bridge. 7,000 foot curvature drop. Do you see it? It ain't there. Look at the horizon. It's flat.
You can see in that dive shot that the inside camera, the horizon is completely flat. Then it goes to the outside and you got a huge curve. But when you're looking at some of the amateur balloon footage, some of it's lens corrected and it's completely flat. And others, like the GoPro stuff, the horizon will fluctuate as the camera spins and tilts. The horizon will go convex and concave, a lens effect. It's obviously not the horizon shifting every 2 seconds as the camera jumps. And when it's still, you can see all the way up, totally flat. NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
Well, why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
The person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. Imagine what you know tomorrow.
The horizon, for instance, is always completely flat, and you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you are on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not.
My question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance. The lowest layer is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that? Go to the seashore. Go to a seashore. Watch as ships sail away. They don't disappear all at once. No, first, the bottom will disappear. See, the bottom of the ship is gone. Now we can see midway up, and then the whole thing disappears. Now, ships came back. They didn't fall off the table. So people realized that the world is curved. I mean, it's a big curve, but it's curved. So, the process of testing claims, the world is flat, the world is round, is what we call science. Now, if you have a claim that can't be tested, that's what we call pseudoscience. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Boats don't disappear over the curvature of the horizon. Boats disappear due to perspective. All you have to do is go to the beach, watch a boat disappear from your eye, and then whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your high-powered zoom on your camera, and you can pull the entire boat right back into view. Whole mass and all. Yeah, that's right. You think the boat disappeared? Just whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your zoom camera. You bring the entire boat back into view, completely debunking everything Coy just told you. And here's my video proof.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Imagine that. You can debunk the curvature of the Earth yourself with just a simple zoom on your camera. Bye-bye, little boat.
The flat Earth? Well, that didn't stand up to tests. The round Earth did. And you guys, come on. Everybody watches newscasts. You all use mobile phones. You all see airplanes fly around. You all go to see Ed Sheeran in concert one day in London, another day in Melbourne, Australia. This all depends on our fundamental understanding of the size of the Earth and its shape with extraordinary precision.
What the fuck did you just say?
The way we teach science is you're just some empty vessel and we pour the science into you and then you regurgitate it on an exam. Right. Because Earth, we know it spins once day. Yes.
Off to a great start.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. It gets wider in the middle. And so Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning. And it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the pole. Not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
So, it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level. Well, let me just so you understand. We've been fed a lie our entire, I want to call it a lie. We've been fed.
It's a point of view thing, I think.
Earth has been misrepresented to us by
science.
Pear-shaped.
Science.
So they're all trying to figure out, is the universe spinning around us or are we spinning around the universe? They tell you, we don't know shit. We're looking at a bunch of lights in the goddamn sky. You're gonna tell me that light and that light that's 250, 100 trillion light years away? How the fuck did you figure that out?
Well, don't they have an explanation for that shit?
No, exactly. That's what you just said right now. What you just said now is what everyone's natural reaction. Because anytime someone says anything about space, you automatically think someone figured it out. You don't know the guy's name. You don't know the name of the experiment. You didn't look into it yourself. You just think when someone tells you, how far is the Earth from the sun? They'll say, 93 million miles away. Like you just,
right.
Everybody relies on someone figured that out and someone double checked it. You're going on what you read. And right now, cosmology, they don't know what the fuck to do. You know what they found out? The cosmic microwave background shows that all the galaxies are on shelves lined up to us. That we're at the fucking center. They don't know what to think about. Yeah, there's a lot of controversy going on about it.
You should see the stars do all sorts of strange motions, but you don't. You only see them make these perfect circles. That tells me that it's the stars that are moving, not the Earth.
The Copernicus principle, the one that we live by, is that we're insignificant, we mean nothing, we're a speck in the universe. That's the heliocentric model, that we go around the sun. The geocentric model means that everything goes around us. That's what this is in the Bible. That's what the first astronomers were saying. Ptolemy was the first one to say, yeah, we are the center. You can tell based on these observations, everything's revolving around us.
Earth is the center of the universe, and we stand still, and the universe spins around us.
You know what? They've lied so much. NASA's lied so goddamn much that I don't believe shit they say.
They've got that satellite image of that frozen moon. What's that frozen moon?
Oh, let me see if that's CGI. Find that They got a picture of a frozen fucking moon? I guarantee you it's CGI. No way they could take a picture.
Heliocentric models of trouble. Watch as the sunlight shrinks and follows the sun. It's definitely a locally illuminating sun, not far away, not very big, and definitely not 93 million miles away.
There's a place in Bolivia called Salar de Uyuni, which is a salt flat. It's literally 100 miles wide one way and 80 miles across. And it's perfectly flat. And when it rains, literally you get an inch of water and it looks like a perfect mirror. Now, how does that happen on a sphere? Yeah, it shows you that, if you're one end of this salt flat, you can see perfectly clearly the other end 100 miles away. So it's just showing you that, the Earth is flat, and without the effect of the waves in the sea, you'll be able to see a whole lot further. took a picture across the Great Lakes from Michigan and was able to see, I believe it was Chicago, which he shouldn't have been able to see. And the television station basically said it was a mirage.
I found this photo, Randmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. Very interesting here. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky.
They always say it's a mirage, but for a mirage to happen, you have to have very specific atmospheric conditions. It's not a mirage. It's simply that you're looking across a plane.
Now, how come in all these ball pictures, man, you can see all the continents pretty much, and there's just a little bit of clouds here and there. Man, it's like some of these pictures, like there's some where they show the Earth at night, and you can see all the lights and stuff. It's like, you're telling me the entire continent didn't have clouds? The entire fucking continent, like, you can see Africa and all these lights and all this stuff. Like, if you turn on your porch light, I guess you can see it from space, apparently. And it's like there's no clouds in some of these pictures.
And they spelled out the word sex, right, recently, probably a few months ago in one of the clouds.
But, if they do their research, they say, well, those are composites. And I said, well, how come they copy and paste the clouds on some of these? And they use the same cloud form. Like, if you're going to make a composite, but you shouldn't be copying and pasting clouds. That means you're adding stuff that's not real.
Yeah, and the thing is, those pictures that you're talking about, the blue marble pictures, I think there's about maybe 8 to 10 of them over time that NASA has put out. And you're absolutely right. None of those pictures look the same. The color of the water is different. Like you said, the continents are different sizes. It's just unbelievable. And I think what happened originally was they would put these things out and nobody was paying any attention to it. And then all of a sudden now, people are paying attention to it, and now they're pulling these pictures in, and it's an obvious fraud.
What?
And the thing is, there's supposedly tens of thousands of satellites orbiting Earth. We can't get any close-ups of Earth. We can't get a view of Australia with the buildings upside down.
And they'll look at you like you're crazy. But really, you're the sane one for asking real questions. They're the fucking idiots for just repeating school book bullshit. That's how it works. I was taught school book bullshit in public school, and somehow I was able to break free and free my mind. You know how I did it? I watched NASA rockets explode a bunch of times. Fly off sideways and not go to space.
If you watch the trajectory of the space shuttle, it doesn't go straight up. It always goes in a curve and out to sea. The point is they actually go horizontal. The space shuttle goes horizontal. It never goes any further up. It goes horizontal, very, very low down in the atmosphere. You know, it's still in the atmosphere while it's horizontal, so it never gets any higher. And it goes out of sight, not because it goes too high, because it goes too far downrange. And they have a plane that's mocked up to look like a space shuttle, but it's a jet-powered aircraft. That's it. It's not a glider. It's an aircraft. And that's what they're fooling us, taking billions of dollars in and giving us images and fake planes for that 10 billion, however many billions of dollars it is. What goes up must come down, and literally we have not ever seen anything that has ever gone up and not come down.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
Rockets don't have brakes. It literally stopped. All of that angular momentum from the rotation of the rocket and the linear momentum from flying up just stopped. No, it had to have hit something. What would it hit? If it hit a solid surface, the rocket would have been destroyed, and most likely the camera too, so we wouldn't have the footage, and obviously that's not the case.
Kicks and deals. It's a long fly ball going back, and the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium. Oh, Simpson just broke this dream's reality wide open.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now.
There's no place to go.
Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it. And it may be hard to see tonight, but we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now.
People figured out that we were an enclosed system. The more advanced we got, it would be the biggest thought on our minds. That's all we care about. You could make a wildlife preserve 1,000 miles square. All people, all human beings would do is just be knocking on the fence constantly, going, why is this fence here? Who built the fence? Why are we in here? And so on and so on.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented.
Earth, yep, Earth, yep.
Oh.
Earth. If you start here, and you go around long enough in the same direction, you wind up in the place you started from. Yes, Thomas?
Why don't we fall off when we walk underneath, Miss Sarah?
Because of a force called gravity.
What does gravity look like?
Gravity is something we can't see, but we know it's a great invisible force that keeps us all here on Earth. It's a natural force that keeps us all from flying off into space.
We were always told that the world is flat.
You are told right. Don't listen to her. I've been patient with you, Sarah. Lord knows I've been patient. But now your words have revealed you.
The law of gravity was discovered by Sir Isaac Newton in 1687. That's almost 200 years ago, Uncle Evan.
But there is only one law. The law of God.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. Wow. No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know. Einstein, in an Einsteinian answer, we would say gravity is the curvature of space and time. And objects will follow the curvature of space-time, and we interpret that as a force of gravity. That's probably the best answer I can give to a what is gravity question. Or why is there gravity? That's the best I can do there. I think that's a good start.
The world is round.
What?
You know how everybody believes the world is flat, like a pancake? Well, they're all wrong. The world is actually round, like an orange.
The world is an orange. And?
And? Well, that's it. It's a great idea. It's one of my best ones.
Yeah, but what kind of orange? Is it a navel or a juicer? What?
Look, just sleep on it. In the morning, the idea will come to you again, and you won't even remember where you got it. Get it?
Got it.
Good. I must say, I really thought you'd catch on to this a little quicker, Copernicus.
What? My name's not Copernicus. I'm Charlene Sinclair.
You're not Copernicus? This isn't 16th century Poland? Oh boy, I screwed up.
How do you brainwash? You repeat the same thing over and over again. You know, if somebody's resisting the concept, if you keep fucking repeating it, they'll incorporate it in their brain. Since you were a kid, you've seen this, but you've never seen it from that point of view. But your brain has three-dimensionalized. Oh yeah, that's the Earth. How? Through repetition.
Let's just all get on our hands and knees and wait for a scientist or an astronaut to come along, or Neil deGrasse Tyson to come along and bestow upon us their knowledge.
Now, as you can see, this is the evolution meter, and I've put God, the creator of everything, on the right side, and evolution on the left. I won't change my mind, because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Mac, look, you're wasting our time. You're not going to get us to not believe in evolution.
And why is that?
Because the smartest scientists in the entire world all agree that it's real.
I'm glad you brought that up. Mr. Reynolds, these were all the smartest scientists. Only problem is, they kept being wrong.
Oh, this is insane, you fool.
I'm a fool because I have more faith in the saints that wrote the Bible?
Yeah, because you just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
And what makes you think what your scientists are writing is any more truer than my saints?
Because there are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures.
Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures?
Well, no. No.
Oh, interesting. So let me get this straight, Mr. Reynolds. You get your information from a book written by men you've never met, and you take their words as truth based on a willingness to believe, a desire to accept, a leap of, dare I say it, faith?
Come on. Look, I mean, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like, come on.
I rest my case.
Matter tells space how to curve. Space tell... Did I get that right?
The science community is ignoring a lot of the things that we're looking at, and so normal people are going out and doing experiments. And one of the experiments has turned up an amazing fact that we've not been told, and it destroys the whole idea of this heliocentric system, and that is the moon. Now, you can actually measure the temperature of the moonlight next to the temperature of the shade of the moonlight, and you'll find the moonlight is colder than the shade, the opposite from the sun. So the moon is throwing out its own light, and that light is the opposite from the sun. Now, that tells you that it's not reflecting the sun's light. It's producing its own, and its light is different from the sun's. So, the scientific community have not told us this, because they won't tell us this, because it destroys this idea that the sun is lighting up the moon.
Everyone knows, like, if you're in sunlight, it's colder in the shade, right? So if it's 100 degrees in the sun, it's 90 degrees in the shade. You go to the moonlight, like, especially in a full moon, especially if it's high in the sky, the moon is its own independent object. It is not reflecting the sun rays. The sun is its own object. Also, about the same size, which is, again, coincidentally, why the moon fits so perfectly in front of the sun during an eclipse. We always thought it was coincidence that even though it was 400 times farther away, that it was also exactly 400 times less diameter, which is why it fits. And the other weird thing about the moon, which everyone thinks, oh, it's just a coincidence, is that we never see the other side of it. It's constantly perfectly rotating, so we only see one side of the moon. Exactly one side. It's not like we have like a quarter of a degree every 5 years or half a degree here and there. It's always the same side. There are no coincidences when it comes to this system. It was deliberately built, but I think it was deliberately built to be detected. And I think we were naturally supposed to figure this thing out maybe as late as the 1970s, but the government figured it out first, and they have been spending a heck of a lot of money trying to keep it a secret.
When I look at the people who signed the Antarctic Treaty, and all the nations that were down there doing whatever they were doing signed a treaty, and I believe it was 1958 or somewhere thereabouts, saying, nope, nobody can stake a claim to Antarctica, and if you're going to go down there, you can only go down there for scientific reasons under carefully restricted guidance, but it's not a free-for-all. Nobody can just, hey, I'm going to go check out Antarctica and do a high jump of my own. Nope, can't do it.
It's the only treaty that's that all these countries have signed and never broken and completely agreed on. It's the only one. What treaty is there that everybody's agreed on? We're being kept away from it for a reason. They have some scientific bases there, and literally it's controlled by the military because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. So the other question is, well, how come ships don't go off the sea if it's flat? How come ships don't fall off the edge? Well, here's why you don't fall off the edge. It's a 200 to 300 foot high wall that is the border that Scripture says is keeping everything in. Nothing's going past that.
Because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
Personally, I think the unconquered south face is the only one worth scaling. It's a 20,000-foot sheer wall of ice. But that's never stopped me before. Risk? Of course I'm aware of the risks. Thank you for your concern.
Here's the picture of the Earth from space. There it is. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. You've never seen that with your eyes from that scale of a model, that point of view, from outside of the planet's surface. Well, here's the first image that sold the whole thing. 1482. This is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing. It's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We didn't do it yet. It's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. You can't do that. We don't have planes yet. It's a ball. You know what? We adopted this whole model like 400 or 500 years before the airplane. 400 years before the airplane, pretty much. Like beginning of the 1900s. They went to the North Pole in the 1900s. This is 1482. Nobody went to the top of the globe, to the bottom, or flew up, or built a skyscraper. It's funny that we said that this is what we're in right now. This is what we're on before any instrument approved. This is the first time we actually had like an instrument of flight actually go high enough to actually fucking check out if what we agreed to 500 years ago was real. So if they were wrong after 500 years, the question is, would they tell you? Newtonian physics, why objects move on a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour while it's going 26,000 miles around the sun. Basically the model we accepted right now.
The sailor thinks that he's traveling around the Earth this way, when in effect he's traveling around the Earth this way.
They began flying it around the world, from Abu Dhabi last year, with stops in India and China, then across the vast Pacific.
Does running round your neighborhood prove that the neighborhood is round?
I was an airline pilot for Delta for 26 years. A pilot's primary flight instrument is his artificial horizon, which he has to be maintained level to keep from climbing and descending. From a cockpit, weather permitting, I could see hundreds of miles in all directions, viewing cities connected by roads across the flat plain as far as the eye could see. Nothing ever leaned.
If a pilot is flying around the curve of the Earth, then he should be dipping the nose down every 5 minutes. He should be dipping the nose down to stay around the curve. That's absolute proof that a plane flies over a flat surface rather than a curved one. But I went to the manufacturer of the artificial horizon, and they confirmed to me that it's completely mechanical, nothing electronic in it whatsoever. So it's literally just a gyroscope that can freely move. That right there is proof to me that planes fly over a plane.
Flat Earthers, it's time. We are going to destroy the Globeheads' arguments concerning flight routes.
When you go onto the plane tracking software, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of flights over the northern hemisphere, and you can track those flights from beginning to end. When you look at any flight in the southern hemisphere, what you'll find is the flight takes off and disappears off the tracking.
And that only leaves why. Why have they done this? What's the point of this grand deception? I think Eric Dubay explains it best.
People are always asking, why do they do this? Other than the obvious profit margin motive, NASA being the biggest black budget black hole in existence, sucking in over $30 billion taxpayer money for the fake moon landings alone. Nowadays, hundreds of billions of dollars, and not just NASA, but RASA and all the other fake space organizations around the world, giving CGI images for hundreds of billions of dollars.
You want to put something in context. If you want to do something with $3.5 trillion, you can do whatever you want. Whatever you judge to be important to the profile of the nation that you are trying to build and to sustain.
So by surreptitiously indoctrinating us into their scientific materialist sun worship, not only do we lose faith in anything beyond the material, we gain absolute faith in materiality, superficiality, status, selfishness, hedonism, and consumerism. If there's no God and everyone's just an accident, then all that really matters is me, me, me. So they've turned Madonna, the mother of God, into the material girl living in a material world.
It's all about making us feel nothing so that we can be used. If everybody realized how special we all are, how unique every single life is, then this whole world would change overnight. We wouldn't allow ourselves to be used by this cabal.
I start from the supposition that the world is topsy-turvy, that things are all wrong, that the wrong people are in jail and the wrong people are out of jail, that the wrong people are in power, that the wealth is distributed in this country and the world in such a way as not simply to require small reform, but to require a drastic reallocation of wealth. All we have to do is think about the state of the world today and realize that things are all upside down. Now, if you don't think, if you just listen to TV and read scholarly things, you actually begin to think that things are not so bad, or that just little things are wrong. But you have to get a little detached and then come back and look at the world, and you are horrified. Now, as soon as you say the topic is civil disobedience, you're saying our problem is civil disobedience. That is not our problem. Our problem is civil obedience.
I think all our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. You know, and I think that's what I sussed when I was 16 and 12 way down the line, but I expressed it differently all through my life. It's the same thing I'm expressing all the time, but now I can put it into that sentence that I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends, you know. If anybody can put on paper what our government and the American government, etc., and the Russian, Chinese, what they are actually trying to do, you know, and what they think they're doing, I'd be very pleased to know what they think they're doing. I think they're all insane, you know, but I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. You know, that's what's insane about it.
And someone else says it's flat. That's worth reporting.
Should we still debate whether the Earth is flat?
Like they used to think the sun went around the Earth. Everybody's, hey, that's scientists. Well, he's so smart.
Until other science refuted it.
Right, but back then, like everybody at that time thought that guy was smart. Why at this time do we think that the Earth goes around the sun?
There's an overwhelming science that the Earth was flat, and there was an overwhelming science that you'll learn over time. We're the center of the world.
You're just taking an authority's word for it, and all we're saying is be skeptical. Sure. And while you're being skeptical, there's a bunch of evidence that's totally against the mainstream version. And while you're being skeptical and looking at that evidence, you start compiling more and more of the evidence until you become like me, you know the truth. I don't believe the Earth is flat and motionless. I know it is.
There was a lot of things that I thought I knew that now suddenly turned out to be completely different. They can't just impose stuff on us. They have to tell us about it and wait for our consent. And silence is considered consent.
If the sun was 93 million miles away, you wouldn't see that. We see in perspective. That is, the horizon is at our eye level. And as things recede from us, they tend to converge to the center of that horizon line, to a place that's known as the vanishing point. The sun rotates around us and only appears to rise and set because of the way our vision works. ago without the preconception that the sun rises and sets, but rather moves further away.
The images of your world with curves or as a ball are CGI. You've seen those images all your life. They're paintings, they're computer-generated images, or a little of both. Anything with a curve and the Earth is a fake. It's a fraud. You have never, with your naked eyes, ever seen the Earth as a ball from space. You never have. But you just have blind faith that that's what it looks like.
If the Earth were actually a big ball, the horizon should sink as you ascend, not rise to your eye level, and it would dip at each end of your periphery, not remain flat all around, the horizon rising with the camera level and remaining perfectly flat 360 degrees around.
All the ancient cultures from the beginning of time have depicted a flat, kind of enclosed Earth. So we have this flat Earth cosmology all the way up into the 1900s when a big push was made to live on this round spinning ball flying around the sun. They are basically placing us on a speck of dust flying through infinite space where it was made from this accidental Big Bang, and we really don't mean very much, and everything is kind of an accident, and it kind of leads you into this mentality where things are meaningless. It doesn't matter what you do in life, but the more you research, the more you'll find that you can't prove the spinning ball Earth unless you're suffering from cognitive dissonance and you've been programmed your entire life. All scientific experiments show that we're being lied to about what mainstream science is saying about the Earth.
If a pilot is flying around the curve of the Earth, then he should be dipping the nose down every 5 minutes. He should be dipping the nose down to stay around the curve. That's absolute proof that a plane flies over a flat surface rather than a curved one. A lot of people have these laser thermometers. Now, you can actually measure the temperature of the moonlight next to the temperature of the shade of the moonlight, and you'll find the moonlight is colder than the shade opposite from the sun. So the moon's throwing out its own light. The scientific community have not told us this.
Mainstream science says that we can see the curve visible at 35,000 feet, but when we're watching an amateur balloon flight without a fisheye lens or a wide-angle lens on it, there is no curve to be seen. And basically, if we were living on a ball or a sphere of any sort, no matter how high you rise, you would have to look down to see the horizon. Yet when you take these cameras to 100,000 feet, the horizon is still at eye level. That's inconsistent with any kind of spherical shape whatsoever.
The others, they've got smaller gatekeepers for the flat earth that they've brought in to distort the message, and they give fake flat earth arguments hoping that you'll reach them before you reach someone like me, and then you'll hear their stupid arguments saying that gravity's real, but the flat earth disk is constantly rising, and that's what causes us to, things to fall. They'll give explanations like this, which to any sound thinking person will totally reject, and then they'll totally reject the entire flat earth model based on these little bits of disinformation that are being given. 200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball, and that's just 200. I came up with 200 because William Carpenter came up with 100 in the 1800s, and I wanted to double it. I could come up with 400 if you give me enough time and incentive. People are doing it right now.
Scientists vote that the Earth is flat.
Because an actual observable, testable, repeatable, natural science that we can do ourselves. The kind of science, in quotes, that you're getting from these figureheads is not observable, testable, repeatable, natural science that you can do yourself. It's stuff that they claim that only they can do with a Hubble telescope. Only we can take images, CGI images of fake planets with our Hubble telescope. You can't. Condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. And I think that, Einstein was right about that. I don't believe in anything, but I do investigate everything. I don't just take things at face value or take somebody's word for it. I want to know for myself. And if I can't know for myself, then I will happily be in the place of not knowing. They need to have some authority figure telling them answers, and they're going to believe that, and that makes them feel safe. But me, I'm the opposite, where I like to be skeptical, and I think everybody would be better off if they did that instead of just believing some authority figure that tells you you're on a spinning ball that was exploded out of a big bang and you're a monkey man that evolved. It's ridiculous, and it's obvious why they're doing it. They want you to think you're a monkey, a purposeless accident that comes from nothing. Think about it, while they steal $50 million of your tax money every day. The motive is obvious. CGI images of fake planets with our Hubble telescope. So you can take a regular telescope and you can see that the images they give you are complete nonsense, cartoons, and what it actually looks like is pulsating lights in the sky. Lights in the sky.
Okay, that star is 700,000 light years away from that constellation. I was all into that. I was totally into it. I was super into anything space. Are you kidding? The Science Channel?
Oh my God, you had me. You had me so good.
With the CGI, with all those CGI DVDs. All those DVDs, BBC Nova, were floating in space, spinning around the sun, and the sun has got some gravitational pull on us, and we got the gravitational pull on the moon. That doesn't make sense. That's not science to me. When people talk about science this, science that, I go, explain to me how that is science. There's a force that's holding oceans, keeping it from spinning and flying off because it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour. But as soon as we get to a certain altitude, it's all magic. It's not science. All that's magic. Us floating in space, and we're being connected to the sun. It has this force that's connected. That seems crazy. And we're flying through the universe, and the universe is endless. Like people say, well, if the Earth is flat, where's the edge? Like, where's the edge of this motherfucking universe?
The center of the world.
Understanding what reality is very, very important to me. I think it should be important to everybody. And I think the more that people become spiritually aware or awake, they're starting to see through things and how things have been manipulated and reality's been created for them.
If God forbid everybody came and started demanding answers, and once they can't provide those answers, people realize they are busted. It can't be a mistake. It can't be anything but the deception and control mechanism it is. Because people are waking up. And no matter how much they try to suppress this flat earth movement, it's gonna keep moving one way or another. You can see it. People are waking up. So now, louder than ever, I can hear that clock. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock.
In other breaking news, the world is round, not flat.
Strange message on Mount Rubidoux. The words Google Flat Earth were found carved into the riverside hill in letters that were 10 feet long. Police talked to the person who did it. He's not facing charges yet. One possible explanation of the message: some still believe the world is flat, not round, and post about it online.
So you can check with theodolites and telescopes and different methods, lasers, to see if the Earth actually does have that curvature. And it's been tested over and over again and found out to have no curvature whatsoever. So I mean, even if they had the number wrong and it was 100,000 miles in circumference, there would still be a calculable, measurable curvature that just isn't there. The only place curvature exists is in NASA photos and videos, and those can be proven to be CGI fakes. And the early ones were literally taken through a round window to make the Earth appear round. Literally taken through a round window to make the Earth appear round.
Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out. I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth. If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
No. That I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflections, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. You'll get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope. Want to call the CIA? Have them waxed. Where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera of the Earth and move the camera back away from the window. Turn off the lights in the spacecraft and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
If you walked on the moon, we're giving the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before. And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. That's correct. And you'll see this tape proves that.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were...
Turn the camera off, please. Turn the camera off. Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator in NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief. Did you see shooting stars?
Did
you see the shooting stars?
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Oh, okay.
But a lot of noise going on. So I don't know the results of some of the experiments they've conducted. The point is they can't get that far from here, and they're really in the protective confines of the Earth. They're really in the protective confines of the Earth. They're really in the protective confines of the Earth.
Spacewalk outside the station. Here's a live look at the astronauts. Well, I don't believe that's... Yeah. Where's their space?
So this is photo trickery and brainwashing that's got the world thinking that we're on a ball spinning around the sun with a magical force called gravity holding us on the underside of this spinning ball. It's all just brainwashing that we've received. It's pseudoscience accepted as legit science. But real science has confirmed geocentricity in the flat Earth. best way to brainwash the whole world, to lie to the whole world about what the world is. In reality, we're not a cosmic accidental sneeze, nothingness turned everything. This is quite obviously intelligently designed, this thing we're experiencing here, this life, this universe. I can't believe anyone in their right mind can look me in the eyes with a straight face and say, no man, it's all random.
Be open-minded about this. This is very, very controversial and difficult to get your head round. The first of which is the scientific method, something that the scientific community doesn't seem to use these days. But the scientific method is where a theory or opinion is put forward that matches what we observe. The other thing we have to accept is how easily our minds, once have been programmed or given a world view, how easily those minds can be fooled.
I used to dream, I used to glance beyond the stars. Now I don't know where we are, although I know we're drifting by.
Isn't spinning or orbiting or being dragged. The Earth is fixed and it's the stars that are moving.
People can't stand change. They don't like what they don't understand. We all have our own pursuit of happiness. Don't listen to someone's story, then say, and? And what? You need more? Is their happiness not good enough for you? So you judge them like you know. True happiness brings happiness to others. We are all a family, separate family trees connected at the roots. We are intelligent beings with a mind, body, and soul who truly want world peace. At least that's my goal. What happened to love? All I see is hate. The way we treat others on earth, death and chaos is our only fate. Every living thing has value and should be treated as such. We only have one earth, but act like we have so much. Do you not realize we are in control, not the 2%, who so-called own the world because it was money well spent? When there is no food, will you eat the money? When there is nothing left, will you still think this is funny? Remember, I warned you. I hope I opened your eyes so the world really gets better before it's too late to realize. Please spread the word. 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 ODD TV.
So, on January 3rd, 2018, there was a major malfunction on what's called the International Space Station. In a video on NASA's YouTube channel called Space Station Crew Members Discuss Life in Space with the Media, the three astronauts, all disappear simultaneously while the background layer of the ISS remains intact.
Thank you very much again. Thank you for your time. Have a good flight and many more exciting experiments on the orbit. Thanks a lot.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
When you look at this, and the actors, they are the only things that mess up. Watch closely. This is a big deal because it means without any doubt whatsoever that there was live editing and video manipulation. Not only would the background get scrambled as well, but these guys wouldn't all disappear at the same time. So check that one out on NASA's channel. I'll leave a link in the description. There are a lot of us that have been showing this stuff for years, and people are waking up to the deception, while some refuse to acknowledge it. In fact, many people hold the idea of outer space and NASA very near and dear to their hearts. So much so that when they are shown this evidence, their ego won't allow them to accept that space is a hoax. Years of psychological programming through various media doesn't help either. But whether we like it or not, NASA and all the other space agencies are lying to the world. They're lying to you. They're lying to your kids. We've caught NASA too many times to count at this point. We catch them glitching. There's this one video where the actor is going around a corner and he is faded out before making it completely out of the viewer's sight. Let's not forget space bubbles.
Dave Williams about to move out of the Quest airlock. Those particles that you see emanating from the airlock is said by the EVA officer Paul Boehm in Mission Control to be particles of water from the crew's sublimators on their spacesuits.
That's you. There you go. Come up a little bit there.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, and it just happens that actors train in an underwater tank. NASA tells us that the Earth is photoshopped because it has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Some NASA actors say that you can totally see stars when you're in space.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. Because you can see. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black
cool
void.
thing.
I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
Galaxy.
The Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one
I didn't
and a
want to
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal lights.
Whoa.
But the NASA actors from 1969 say that you can't see the stars in space.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see. I don't remember seeing any.
You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
I don't remember seeing any.
NASA says that we can't leave low Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on space station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, the set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
NASA tells us that they lost the 1960s technology that took us to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
The ultimate destination is Mars. So if you gave me all the money in the federal budget today, I could not get a human to Mars.
I think that what you're doing is taking a shot in the dark. You have no way of knowing if any commercial entity will ever be able to put a man in orbit, no matter how much money you throw at them. What you're doing is you're taking NASA's manned space program and making it a faith-based initiative. I yield the rest of my time.
NASA also says that they lost the telemetry data for the moon missions.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
Speaking of fabricated moon missions, we as humanity have been being systematically brainwashed to accept the moon landing when they finally did fake it. For instance, in 1902, the very first sci-fi movie ever made came out. It was called A Trip to the Moon. The guy who made this, George Méliès, made all sorts of similar short movies around the same time. The Astronomer's Dream, Impossible Voyage, Courtship of the Sun and Moon, Conquest of the Pole, the North Pole, that is. Anyway, more pre-moon landing movies that conditioned us mentally were Destination Moon from 1950, (1955) Conquest of Space, 1958, From the Earth to the Moon. That's the same year NASA was established. 1960, 12 to the Moon. Then, in 1962, JFK gave his famous "We choose to go to the moon" speech.
We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things.
Followed by more mental conditioning in First Men in the Moon, 1964. And Jules Verne's Rocket to the Moon in 1967. In 1969, NASA goes to the moon for the first time, where President Nixon talked to them on the phone with no problem.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you have done. For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives.
Only there is a problem. Nixon would not have been able to talk to them because the moon is supposedly 238,000 miles away. From then on, most of the world believes that NASA really goes to a place called outer space, and anyone that disagrees is an ignorant conspiracy nut lacking in education. It's not all their fault, though. The propaganda is rampant. In 1981, MTV launches and does their first broadcast with the use of NASA imagery.
7, 6, 5, 4. We've gone for main engine start. We have main engine start.
Ladies and gentlemen, rock and roll.
MTV even uses an astronaut on the moon as the logo for movies. And they give out the astronaut statue for Best Music Video Award. This is because MTV is ran by Freemasons. They even operate out of a Freemasonic temple. You see, NASA is also a Masonic entity. Most, if not all, NASA astronauts belong to a lodge, like our buddy Buzz Aldrin here. Freemasons are just drudges in the grand scheme of things. They do a lot of grunt work for the grand deception and the New World Order. Freemasonry is a Jewish establishment whose history, grades, official appointments, passwords, and explanations are Jewish from beginning to end. Isaac Wise. Also, I'm not saying that all Freemasons are bad or in on any conspiracy. There are certain lodges and certain individuals and families that are privy to the teachings of the mystery schools because of their social status. It's not for your average Freemason that joined the local lodge down the street. Anyway, back to Buzz Aldrin. This guy has lived his whole life being a puppet for a more sinister power. He is still 100% under oath to obey today. Here he is at some fashion show with Bill Nye. Looking good, Buzz, looking good. Speaking of Bill Nye, this guy was an actor on a sketch comedy show called Almost Live before being picked up by Disney in 1993. We all love Disney, right? Well, Disney, with the 666 in his logo, has a special club at Disneyland called Club 33. And if that wasn't enough, Walt Disney helped found NASA along with Wernher von Braun, L. Ron Hubbard, and Jack Parsons.
Here to introduce you to this new series is Walt Disney.
In our modern world, everywhere we look, we see the influence science has upon our daily lives. Discoveries that were miracles a few short years ago are accepted as commonplace today. Many of the things that seem impossible now will become realities tomorrow.
To this day, our minds are under attack constantly by these parasites. We are submerged in a sea of programming and brainwashing to believe in things that have not and cannot be proven. They want us to believe that Earth is the result of an accidental Big Bang that gave way to life of single-celled organisms that eventually turned into fish, then amphibians, then monkeys, and then us. We are told that we live on a rock that spins as it flies through outer space, and at any moment, we can be destroyed by an asteroid or invaded by aliens. They say that one day the sun will die out and all of this is over. Well, gee, if that doesn't make you feel special, then I don't know what will. Question everything, because everything you think you know is wrong. This has been ODD TV. Until next time, everyone.
The best example of space shuttle fakery is the Challenger disaster. In 1986, the shuttle Challenger exploded about 74 seconds after takeoff, killing all 7 astronauts inside. Or did it? It turns out that 6 of the 7 are still alive and kicking today. Ellison Onizuka claims to be his identical twin brother, Claude. Yeah, I've got an identical twin brother, Claude, too. The Challenger pilot, Mickey Smith, hasn't even bothered changing his name. He's now Professor Michael J. Smith of University of Wisconsin. Now, Krista McAuliffe was a bit of a sneaky one. She was the Challenger payload specialist, quite famous for being a teacher. It turns out during her astronaut days she was using her middle name, Krista. And now she goes by her first name, Sharon, and she's a Syracuse law professor. The Challenger commander, Francis Richard Scobie, is now Dick Scobie, which sounds like a rather unpleasant disease, CEO of Cows in Trees Limited. Judith Resnick, the Challenger mission specialist, again hasn't even bothered changing her name. She's a professor at Yale Law. And finally, Ronald McNair, another Challenger mission specialist, claims to be his identical twin brother, Carl McNair. What are the odds? What most people don't realise is that all the characters in this story are all actors in the same club. As George Carlin put it.
Evidence that is coming from primarily NASA, the government, and the military. 3 organizations that have proven to be completely untrustworthy on numerous counts. If we were to put them on trial, they would all be guilty of being pathological liars.
Firmament is described in the Bible's creation well. There is a firmament or dome encasing our flat plane. The firmament is described in the Bible's creation narrative. Then God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." In Egyptian mythology, Nut is the goddess of the sky. She is seen star-covered, arching over the earth, representing its dome. In Greek mythology, Uranus was the primeval god of the sky. The Greeks imagined the sky as a solid dome of brass, whose edges descended to rest upon the outermost limits of the flat earth. Uranus was the literal sky, and Gaia the earth. In the Roman era, he was often depicted as Aeon, god of eternal time, in the form of a man holding the zodiac wheel, standing above Gaia. The Hebrews believed the sky was a solid dome. They called this solid vault of heaven the Rakia, with the sun, moon, and stars beneath. In Indian mythology, the dome is called Brahmanda. This is the structure of the world according to Finnish mythology, showing a dome with the stars projected onto it. In the Aboriginal conception of the world, the earth was circular and flat, covered by the dome of the sky, which stretched out to the horizon. And there have been many ancient artifacts found, which the mainstream has called stone handbags. But as you can see, there's no area to even carry anything. These were not handbags, they're artistic depictions of the dome here on flat Earth. So many ancient peoples knew about this dome and wove it into their worldview. The elite would have us believe that these are just made-up cosmologies, invented by peoples who were too scientifically ignorant to understand reality. But there is no coincidence that the same description of a flat earth and dome is so common. These cultures around the world had special knowledge about the nature of this place we are living in. The dome is connected to catastrophes that have been recorded throughout the ages. What modern society calls myths and legends are in fact ancient history, and woven into various myths are descriptions of devastating celestial events. In ancient times, something very awful happened, the Great Flood, sometimes called the Deluge. It was so devastating and frightening that it remained in all of humanity's ancient written and oral traditions. It's possible that these stories over time have been transformed from true descriptions into mythology, where the celestial bodies are given names and human-like characteristics, and in this way, everything was hidden in plain sight. Almost every culture around the world has a great flood in the pages of their mythology, including the Incas, Mayans, Polynesians, Egyptians, Hopis, Aztecs, Germans, Greeks, Aboriginals, Indians, Vikings, Chinese, Sumerians, all around the world. Is this why the ancients were obsessed with tracking the movement of the stars? Were they trying to predict when another one of these catastrophes would happen? The foreign celestial body that caused destruction has been known as Typhon in the Roman Empire, Frightener in the Celtic nations, Shiva in India, and Angra Mainyu in the Persian Empire. Here we see the Milky Way's Great Rift. The definition of rift is a crack, split, or break in something. The Great Rift we see when we look at the sky is not a series of dust clouds like the liars at NASA would have us believe, but a literal crack in the dome. The Mayans called this the Dark Rift before any scientists had named it the Great Rift. The Bible refers to this crack as the windows of heaven. It was through these windows, through the dark rift, that the waters of the great floods fell. In Norse mythology, we find that at Ragnarok, the sky splits in two. From the split, the sons of Muspel ride forth. In the Babylonian creation epic, the sky is made from the body of Tiamat, the goddess of watery chaos. The god Marduk splits her like a shellfish into two parts, posting guards as to not let her waters escape. The Aboriginal people saw the Dark Rift as the area where a dangerous creature known as Yura lives. Among American Indians, the sky was also conceived of as a solid dome which would break in cycles. As Lucien Levy-Bruhl wrote, in North America, in Indian belief, the earth is a circular disk, usually surrounded on all sides by water, and the sky is a solid concave hemisphere coming down at the horizon to the level of the earth. In Cherokee and other Indian myths, the sky is continually lifting up and coming down again to the earth, like the upper blade of a pair of scissors. Over the years, much evidence has come forth that a worldwide flood happened 5,000 to 7,000 years ago, the same time period many Christians point to as when the Great Flood occurred. There's also evidence that a worldwide flood occurred as recent as the 1800s. These are photos you rarely see, ancient structures covered in mud and many destroyed, but they have since been dug up and refurbished. Many ancient sites we know and love are not the originals. They were buried and rebuilt in the late 1800s through the early 1900s. We could excuse the destruction of some of these ancient sites if they were one area or continent, but we see the same all throughout the world. Mexico, Egypt, Greece, Russia. The elite rebuilt these structures for us because they don't want us to know about the destruction that took place sometime in the 1800s. A great flood coming from the sky would mean they could not impose a heliocentric worldview on us, since the dome and waters above obviously don't fit into a globe model. And simple weather patterns could never explain a worldwide flood. History is easily hidden when the general populace isn't writing it. Might Earth constantly be in a state of destruction and renewal? Are these floods happening more and more? I'm suggesting that these floods are cyclical. The sun, moon, planets, and constellations somehow dictate this reset clock mechanism of the flat Earth. This is one reason why the ancients were always watching the skies with so much dedication, for signs of another catastrophe. Sadly, the information of this reset mechanism has been hidden and kept to the controllers of this world. There is perhaps a total reset every 5,000 years. There is some device sitting above this crack, perhaps the celestial destroyer that so many texts talk about. The light we see at the center of the Milky Way is emanating from this device. And this thing, this entity, if we are to call it that, enters in the dark rift, sending down floodwaters from above. It then seals itself back above the rift until the next cycle of destruction. Perhaps the elite have discovered a way to control these floods, and this celestial destroyer is simply a man-made mechanism, or an entity that can be unlocked, enticed, or reprogrammed to send down floodwaters at will. My friend Chris Seeley has suggested that the pyramids and similar structures around the world have had the ability in the past to manipulate and control these floods. And I quote, "Because when temples are built on ley line nodal points, they can and possibly were connected in resonance and capacitance with the illuminates and subsequent toroid field, thereby initiating the fracturing of the dome above the flat earth, allowing in the waters above, causing great floods, and the complete electrical shorting of the temples, which would explain the evidence of the electrically fried and disintegrated stone obelisks found at or near many temple sites now. In my video on menstrual blood, I gave my own rough explanation for the Great Flood. At this point, we can only speculate. What we can be sure of, however, is that there is a dome above us, and these floods come from the crack we see in the dark rift. The reality of the dome and cyclical destruction is hidden in plain sight. Rainbows prove that we're living under a dome. Anybody can create a rainbow outside with sufficient sunlight and water. However, a mirror is required to create a rainbow inside, and not just a mirror, but one that is submerged in water. If a rainbow is caused by reflection, refraction, and dispersion of light in water droplets, resulting in a spectrum of light, then why would you need a mirror inside? After all, you can easily have dispersion of light in water droplets indoors. It's because rainbows require a mirror, and outside, the dome is acting as this mirror. Like the protocol for making indoor rainbows, our flat Earth has waters above, the waters which come down during the floods, and water on its surface. The dome acts as the mirror in between. Modern science says that in a rainbow, direct sunlight comes into a rain droplet, and then it comes out looking like the visible spectrum. Each water droplet acts as its own lens. But if this were the case, each water droplet in a rainbow would contain all the colors of the visible spectrum, resulting in a hodgepodge of colors throughout, and not the gradual spectrum we see. When we zoom in, each droplet of a rainbow has its own specific color. This only makes sense if the visible spectrum is being reflected off of a type of mirror, a dome, and then spreading onto the waters of a rainbow, the dome triangulating the sunlight. The flat Earth dome is fastened to the outer limits of the Antarctica ice wall that surrounds our plane. In 1947, during Operation High Jump, Admiral Byrd discovered the outer boundaries of the firmament. Many of his men's planes were disappearing very quickly. A lot of them were crashing into invisible barriers and disintegrating in mid-flight. It was shortly after discovering this barrier that Byrd discontinued his mission and returned home. What happened is Byrd's planes encountered the walls of the vaulted dome. Soon after, many measures like the Antarctica Treaty and a consistent military presence at the ice wall were put in place to cover up the structure of our enclosed world system, while also preventing unwarranted intrusion which could lead to an announcement of the discovery of the Earth's dome. Here are some photos of the ice wall which the dome is fastened to. Sadly, we don't have as many as we would like since this area is heavily protected by military presence. So if there is a dome, how are meteorites explained? Debris floats around in the currents of the waters above the dome, occasionally hitting the barrier with enough force to penetrate it. This debris falls to the Earth as meteorites. The composition of meteorites is very similar to that of the rocks and crust found on the ocean floor. Most of the ocean floor is basalt. Basalt contains primarily pyroxene, plagioclase, and oftentimes olivine. And the most abundant minerals in meteorites are pyroxene, plagioclase, and olivine. I'm therefore proposing that the waters above have a similar basalt that is found on our own ocean floors, and that these chunks from time to time hit our flat plane. It's been suggested that Libyan desert glass, mysterious shards of a glass-like material which, according to the scientists, has an unknown origin, are pieces of the dome that have been shed. Libyan desert glass is unlike any other glass. It is a form of molten glass but has no clear layers of other minerals. It is 98% molten silica. It has an extremely high formation temperature of 3092 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's extremely resilient, like any dome above us would be. Perhaps this is the molten glass described in the Bible's book of Job. Hast thou stretched out the heavens, which are strong, and as a molten glass? Every photo and video given to us by NASA is completely faked and riddled with CGI. Here we see a supposed video feed of Earth. Where are all the satellites? Along with 2,271 satellites orbiting the Earth, there are 500,000 fragments of space junk. And we're supposed to believe that in all of the feeds they give us, we are constantly, conveniently witnessing portions of the Earth without any of these man-made obstructions? This is absolutely bullshit. We now have satellite phones. Now we can have perfect service anywhere because the signals are being beamed from outer space. How convenient, right? Wrong. Satellites do not exist. Most of us notice as soon as we're out of the city and in more remote areas, our satellite cell service starts to decline in intensity. It's almost as if our phones are getting their signals from ground technology that is conglomerated in heavily populated areas. We also see problems with GPS in remote areas, supposedly a technology that also uses satellites. Long-range navigation was developed during World War II. Towers like these were positioned to provide coverage for military navigation. Positioned on islands, they would provide the necessary contact points for propagation at sea. This was the beginning of these land-based technologies that have grown and become more widespread. Cell towers are responsible for much of our GPS. By measuring the signal strength differences between multiple cell towers, your device can estimate your current location. Data is also propagated through undersea cables. Cables connect between the continents. Lighter than air vehicles, high-altitude airships, and high-altitude platforms are often misperceived as satellites by the public. So at nighttime, when you see one of those moving dots in the sky and believe it to be a satellite, it's actually one of these illuminated balloons. The skies are riddled with these communications technologies, but we are made to believe that they exist beyond our atmosphere. If we are to believe NASA's stories, then here's a question. How do satellites survive the 4,000 degree Fahrenheit temperature in space? There are only 7 elements on the periodic table that could withstand this heat, and none of them have been used for satellites. Satellites allegedly reside in the thermosphere, where temperatures can soar 4,000 degrees and more. This is simply not possible. These technologies are in flight underneath our dome. Including the technologies I just named, there are at least 18 platforms that can be used independently, in tandem, or in groups to provide all of the services that satellites supposedly provide. With new eyes, it becomes clear. No actual photos, no actual video footage, just CGI and photoshopped images. This is a NASA photo of an astronaut fixing the supposed space station. I'm completely joking. This is actually from the 2013 movie Gravity. This is a real NASA photo. They're almost indistinguishable. I actually think the Gravity photo looks more believable. The similar Hebrew word nasha means to lead astray, to delude, to morally seduce. It's then no wonder that the NASA logo contains a serpent's tongue, serpents having been a symbol for deception throughout mythology. On the gravestone of Wernher von Braun, one of NASA's early rocket developers, there is a reference to a Bible verse that talks about our dome, our firmament. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheath his handiwork. I've discussed in previous videos how the sun is the collective consciousness of the whole, showering down on us in tandem with the astrolight and black sun. Our auras contain the information of our individual energetic vibrations. Our auras are literally made of sunlight, and the sun is literally the sum of our auras. This is revealed within the word aura. AU is the periodic table's abbreviation for gold, and Ra is the Egyptian personification of the sun. The sun is the sum of the colors of our auras mixed together, which appears to our eyes as white. White light refracted in a prism shows all the colors of the visible light spectrum. These 7 colors are also the 7 color variations of our auras. We are the sun. The moon, however, is different. It has been tampered with. In my video on menstrual blood, I describe how the moon was not always in the sky, suggesting it's an implant initially foreign to our flat plane. It sends down rigid square waves at us via the Saturn-Moon matrix and creates an interdimensional light trap which attempts to recycle us back into another incarnation. So we remain energetic food for the parasitic forces of this world that feed off of fear and suffering, the very emotions this false matrix we're living in aims to extract. The sun and moon are each about only 3,000 miles away, sitting well underneath the dome. What about the stars? Stars are clearly not suns. They are not bright and luminous like we have been sold, but twinkling energies of light that continuously change in color, texture, and shape. Sonoluminescence is the emission of short bursts of light from imploding bubbles in a liquid when excited by sound. To put in simple terms, the energy of a sound wave in a fluid can create flashes of light. Due to sound frequencies, beautiful patterns occur on the surface of an object closely surrounding the sound vibrating medium. Cymatics is vibrational phenomenon, beautiful patterns that are created within water and sand when sound is applied. The stars are full of similar geometric patterns. These sound frequencies are carried through the astral light, which shoots out of the center of our plane. The other side of our plane, Agartha, is so harmonious that these frequencies created there, whether it be actual sound or just waves of natural harmonious tones, appear as beautiful lights in our skies, revolving us and giving us spiritual guidance in the form of astrology. So waves that create the stars are caused by frequencies from the other side of our flat plane. These sound waves propagate through the dome and the waters above, where they reflect back as twinkling sonoluminescent lights that we call stars. And we can zero in and see, it looks like these lights are indeed reflecting off water, in a similar fashion that they would on the floor of a pool or ocean. With just a telescope in our backyards, we can see that planets are not as defined as NASA would have us believe. In fact, Venus looks more like a star than a planet, and same with Mars. I'm still figuring out what exactly planets are, but for now we can assume they're created similarly by sonoluminescence. Planets do not twinkle like stars, giving me the impression that they are stronger, more consistent monotone frequencies, therefore appearing more solidified than a star, which represents consistent but oscillating frequencies. This may be the reason why planets do not twinkle and stars do. The planets have a strong spiritual influence on this plane as seen in astrology. They are a monumental part of the guiding forces on Earth, and therefore are somehow intact in ways the stars are not. One thing we can observe is that stars and planets look identical in distance in the sky, and this is because they're not various distances away, but expressions of sound carried by the astral light and reflecting onto our dome. We've been taught that Earth is spinning, with its surface at the equator moving at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour. Earth is also zooming around the Sun at around 67,000 miles per hour. In addition, our solar system whirls around the center of our galaxy at some 490,000 miles per hour. You've never felt a thing on this motionless plane, but besides that, we've been seeing the same constellations and stars in the skies for thousands of years. This is because the stars are revolving year after year in the same positions around us. It's amazing how most of humanity is fooled into thinking the opposite, even while our senses tell us otherwise. The transgression of stars also make a dome shape. The North Star remains perfectly fixed in place night after night, year after year. Directly underneath the North Star Polaris sits the vortex hole into the other side of our flat plane, into the land of perpetual twilight. This is where we find Agartha, Hyperborea, the Garden of Eden. Through this opening is paradise, where war and suffering does not happen. Many of the videos on my channel are dedicated to proving this exists, with help from coded stories, allegories, and symbols that have been given to us throughout the ages. The swastika is an ancient symbol seen in almost all ancient cultures in some form, oftentimes in association with the black sun symbol. The Big Dipper dances in a circle around Polaris, and this is where the swastika symbol comes from. All compasses point to the holy hole, the true north pole of our flat plane. The reason the swastika has held such significance is because it meets at the point in which underneath lies the exit hole into paradise. The Big Dipper dancing around Polaris moves like a vortex. Underneath, there is a literal vortex. As above, so below, literally. This is the first footage ever to be seen of the polar entrance. This is a huge opening at Earth's North Pole, even though it might look small here. When we enter through this opening, we make an interdimensional flip-flop and end up in the world powered by the black sun. You can see the astral light, or aurora borealis, shooting out. It's a faint green color here. This was claimed to be taken by the Russian space station, but this is obviously taken much closer through an airplane window. The elite, among all of their control mechanisms and fear-based programming, have given us clues such as this video, the Holy Grail, the Spear of Destiny, and many others. These clues have been placed here as a form of lesser magic, hiding the truth in plain sight, so those who may decode them can get out of this false matrix and into a place full of love and unity. The other side of Flat Earth is more in sync with its fifth-dimensional nature. There is easily accessible divine information down there, a heart-centered consciousness. We are gathering for...
Hey, thank you for joining me. Hope you're doing well. This is Devin Maggi from the Flat Earth Paradise channel, and I'm here to bring you today a little presentation on Flat Earth's North Pole. And indeed, we are going to be talking from the ground up why this is the Garden of Eden, Hyperborea, an ethereal landscape of the heart and soul, which myself and thousands of others have our eyes set upon. Now, I gave this lecture a few weeks ago, so I'm going to give it once again on the internet. So, as we all know, this is the Gleason model of the Flat Earth. Many people do not subscribe to this model, and I don't necessarily, but all I'm concerned about is the center. So, for all sakes and purposes, we will be using this model in this presentation. It might not be accurate, but again, I am focused on the center. So the center is the North Pole, and the outer ice ring is what we would call the South Pole. Now, in various maps from the late 1800s to the early 1900s, Gleason actually produced flat Earth maps, and many of which were in textbooks and all across classrooms in the United States. And what's curious about them is the center is completely open, and many of them have a sort of opening or void space at the center. Now, the first question I have to ask, which we're going to be answering pretty soon, is why do compasses point north? The standard explanation on a globe Earth is that a south polarity is always attracted to the north polarity of a magnet. So this is why whether you're in the north or south pole, your compass needle will always point north. Well, you would think it would be the other way around. If there are two sources of magnetism in this realm on Earth, then when you're in the southern hemisphere, your compass would point south. This is indeed a bullshit explanation. And many of these globe earthers and those who preach scientism, we notice that there are always explanations that need further processing. At first, gravity does not make sense, but over time you repeat it enough, then the complexity becomes the truth. Now, I don't know about you, but I subscribe to the idea that the devil is in the details. So if an explanation seems more complex than it should be, it probably is not based in truth. Now, this is a model of what many would say are the lands beyond the ice wall, the Antarctic ice wall. This is a supposed Tibetan map that was found. We are not sure if there are lands beyond the ice wall, but there may be. And whether or not this is the case, I'm here to inform you, this is a red herring. The Antarctic ice wall is furthest away on what we'd call Earth from the magnetic center, from this toroidal field. And as we'll be showing, the closer you are to this source, the more holy and sacred, non-dual and pure of a peoples and land this is. But Devin, we already know what's at the Arctic. There's no mystery. Well, there is indeed a mystery. I mean, there are ambiguous sheets of ice that are illustrated on many globe maps, on many ice illustrations of the Arctic, and all of them are different. They're all completely different. In fact, on Google Maps, we don't even see an ice sheet. We just see water. We see a spot of ocean. And this is strange. This is very, very strange. So what are they hiding? What's also curious is if you look at flight paths, none of them go over the Arctic Circle. Some of them are in the borders of the Arctic Circle, but as you can see, many quite inconveniently will go around this area. Now, this doesn't really make sense, especially when you're going from, the US to Russia or something like that. And well, this is because there is a giant hole or crater or vortex at the North Pole. I'm about to show you some images, but I first must talk about what soft disclosure is. So soft disclosure is a form of disclosure in which the powers that be reveal occulted information by strategically placing it in public view. This could be on random images online, this could be in video games, movies, web pages, what have you. Soft disclosure is what we call hidden in plain sight. So keep that in mind when we're looking at the following images. These are indeed CGI. These are indeed CGI photos released from NASA, but they have a purpose. They are here to reveal the North Polar Vortex. You can do a Google search of North Pole hole, and you will find these very images. Some were said to be taken by satellite, some were taken by the actual space station, some were taken by the Russian Mir station. It's very, very interesting. Very interesting. Now, you might say, I can get behind flat Earth. Flat Earth is provable. We can observe the lack of curvature. We can define the bunk physics that have been handed down to us through Copernicus and Newton and Einstein. And we can observe flight paths and deem the Earth to be an immovable flat plane. But you might say, I cannot get behind a theory that says there is a sacred land at the center through a vortex. Well, to that I have to say, time to get out of the materialist, reductionist perspective of the world. This is the most pervasive worldview on Earth right now, and it's one that is responsible for the spiritual degradation we've seen in these dark ages. And what it is a toxic philosophy which says all that exists is ultimately physical. What I cannot see cannot exist. If I cannot sense something with my 5 senses, I won't believe it. Now, this is vastly toxic. This is vastly toxic because we are divine, multidimensional creators. Collectively, we are responsible for all creation. We are tied to the ether and the black sun, which we'll get to later in this conversation. So many of you guys have seen this image. This is a compilation of some ancient cosmologies and cultures which knew and depicted the Earth as a flat realm, oftentimes with a firmament, a dome on top. And I want to show this because much of what I'm doing is using ancient knowledge and reincorporating it into this age. So everything I'm saying is not new. It has been indeed occulted, but it's not new. This is ancient knowledge. This is ancient wisdom. And funny enough, in the Ancient Wisdom by Jeffrey Ashe, he writes, "In the far north, there is a high and paradisal place, peopled by an assembly of beings of superhuman longevity and wisdom. This is the place where Earth rises to join the celestial center, the pole of heaven." So what is the pole of heaven? Well, this is the center point. It's what we'd call the axis mundi. Sometimes it is a world tree, sometimes it is a tree of life, sometimes it's just an ambiguous world pillar. And the axis mundi is the connection between heaven and earth in certain beliefs and cosmologies. And we're going to go through a few. Here's the Germanic cosmology of the earth. We see the central pillar Irminsul. Here is an artistic depiction of Irminsul. Here is the Persian perspective of the earth, and at the center we have Mount High Hera. And this depiction is actually including an ice wall. So High Hera is at the center, at the North Pole. The Norsemen knew the earth was flat and had Yggdrasil, the cosmic tree of life, at the center. The Navajos knew the earth was flat, with a center axis. Here's Mayan cosmology. They had a sacred pyramid at the center. Here is the Babylonian depiction of the earth. They had something quite similar. And then we get to Vedic cosmology. And this is what we would call Bhumandala. Bhumandala is the Vedic illustration of the universe. And at the center of Bhumandala, underneath the pole star, is Mount Sumeru, or Mount Meru. This is the cosmic mountain in Hindu mythology, and it bridges the heavens, earth, and the hellish realms. At the base of Mount Meru, it is quite physical, and the higher up you go, the more ethereal this mountain becomes. It is hundreds of thousands of miles tall, and it is the abode of demigods in the Hindu religions. At top is the castle of Brahma. This is Brahma's golden abode. Now, everything is a microcosm of the macrocosm. everything is a reflection of everything else. We are inside of a fractal. We are God fractalized. And everything we observe is a part of this source energy that's been fractalized. So it's no coincidence that all creation always funnels to the center. You can look at any pattern in nature. There is always a center point from which everything branches out from. And this is what the North Pole is. It is the cradle of humanity. It is the starting point. It is the place where we begin and where we will return to. And in my opinion, we are about to return to this sacred land, to the origin point. Here we are seeing the flower of life. The flower of life is a geometrical form, and it's said to act as the template from which all life springs. So again, everything starts at the center point and branches outwards. Now, Mount Meru is at the center of a 4-continent system. We are told that we live in the southern continent right now. Any modern day cosmologist, Vedic cosmologist, will tell you that Earth is Jambudvipa, that the globe Earth is Jambudvipa. This makes no sense. When you're looking at this model and you think that Earth is Jambudvipa, it's quite easy to write this off as a bogus myth. And the ancients were out of their mind, and they created a fantastically crazy story about where we are in the universe. Well, I'm saying this 4-continent system is at the center. It's at the North Pole. This 4-continent system is not new. In fact, in 1595, we can see this 4-continent system at the Arctic, illustrated by Gerhard Mercator, who was a 16th century Flemish cartographer, and he was actually quite famous in his time. In fact, we still use what's called the Mercator projection for all of our school maps. He wrote to John Dee a letter in 1577, and from it I quote, "In the midst of the 4 countries is a whirlpool, into which there empty these 4 indrawing seas which divide the north. Right under the pole there lies a bare rock in the midst of the sea. Its circumference is almost 33 French miles, and it is all of magnetic stone." What he's referring to is this center rock, which he titled the Rupes Nigra et Altissima, the black and very high rock. Now, instantly, we make the connection to Mount Meru at the center, to High Hera at the center, to the Germanic Irminsul. It is the same story over and over again. And a giant magnetic rock at the North Pole, well, this would indeed explain why all compasses point north, effortlessly, wherever you are on this plane. We see 4 rivers which converge at the center to what he called an indrawing sea. I have to make the connection. There were 4 heads of one river that went out from Eden in the Garden of Eden story in Genesis. Of course, the next line of scripture states that this is the Euphrates River, and this is the Tigris, and these are all rivers which currently exist in the Middle East. Well, for those of you who have been watching my channel, you know that all history is his story. Many religious texts, historical accounts, etc., have been conveniently changed or switched around as to confuse the masses, as to not reveal occulted knowledge. So why is it crazy to believe that these rivers, which do exist in the Middle East, were simply inserted into the story? Now, if this was the only map of the Arctic with 4 continents, we could easily write it off as fiction, as a fairy tale. But no, from the 1400s to the mid-1600s, almost all world maps contained a 4-continent system with what appears to be a giant rock or mountain at the center. And in some of them, like this one, I mean, it's a huge system. We see the 4 rivers, we see the rock at the center. I mean, this is quite a large area of land which has been taken out of the public eye. And not only were they European maps, but they were also Asian maps. And so around the world, these 4 continents were drawn. This is an undated map from the Arctic, but it shows at the center what's labeled Hyperborea. Now, we don't see the rock at the center, we don't see the 4 rivers, but we do see that Ilixoa, which is Greenland, we see Iceland right next to it, and to the right we can see the land of Scythia. Now, Scythia was a part of Russia, and we'll get to that in a little bit. Here we can see 4 islands at the center. This is kind of a strange map. But these 4 continents were deleted from maps almost overnight in the late 1600s. Very strange. And not only were they deleted, but they were completely taken out along with parts of Canada, Greenland, and Russia. In fact, it's almost like there was a shitty Photoshop job done in this area. They just completely took it out. Now, in Celtic mythology, there is a group of demigods called the Tuatha De Danann, and it's said that they came from the northern islands of the world, and this is where they were instructed in the magic arts. These 4 island cities were called Murius, Phaleus, Gorius, and Findius. So it's very interesting that not only do we have the 4 continents surrounding Mount Meru, not only do we have the 4 island cities in these northern islands of the world, but we also have what's called the Isles of the Immortals, which is seen in Chinese mythology. Now, it's said that these were 4 floating islands. The Japanese called this North Polar area the Island of the Congealed Drop. And as we can see in the Japanese depiction of the world, at the center is Mount Shumasin. Surrounding Mount Shumasin are 7 rings of golden mountains. So now we get to Shambhala. This land has many names. One of my favorite names for it is Shambhala. It is the Tibetan Buddhist land where only the pure of heart can live. It's a place where love and wisdom reigns, where people are immune to suffering, want, and old age. And what's interesting is it says that it's shielded from the outside world by snow mountains. And I can't help to draw parallels to the mountains which surround in the Mercator maps. Very similar to the Tibetan Buddhist land of Shambhala, in Tibetan Bon cosmology, at the center of their universe is Yangdrung-Gutsek, which is in a land called Tagzig Olmo Lung Ring, which is literally the same thing as Shambhala, just in this different culture. And what's interesting is that the texts do say that 4 rivers flow from Yangdrung-Gutsek. The center is the Holy Grail. There have been many books written on the Holy Grail, this chalice of immortality in Arthurian legend that demonstrates and represents and reveals the hero's ultimate journey. The quest for the Grail is the path towards enlightenment. It's the path towards purity. And anybody who drinks from the Holy Grail achieves immortality and abundant youth and happiness. And as we can see, and as I've said multiple times, the center of a round flat table contains the Holy Grail in almost all medieval artwork. And this is because we are living on a round, flat earth where at the center exists a Holy Grail. And what's interesting is there is actually a sort of hole at the center of this table. And why is this? Well, Grail comes from the word gradalis, which comes from the Latin crutalis. Crutalis means crater. So finally, I show our model of what we think the North Pole looks like. This model is not to scale, but we believe there is a crater going into these 4 island continents at the center. Now, many of you may be looking at this and be wondering, well, that's fine, but it seems like they have a curve there. How can any peoples exist in a crater which is slanted downwards? And what I have to say to that is, this is not affected by the same physicality as on these outer lands. This sacred realm, this realm within our realm, is the source of magnetism, and thus everything there acts in a different way. There are giants in many of the tales of Hyperborea. There is giant fruit. And why is this? Because the closer you get to magnetism, the larger things become. And the over-physical properties we see on these outer lands is not here. This is semi-physical, semi-ethereal. And so it's closer to the ether realm. Manifestation is quicker. It is a 5-dimensional land. So to think that this model is strange, we must get out of the materialist, reductionist perspective. I mentioned Hyperborea. Hyperborea is the ancient Greek land beyond the north wind. And it's even said in the mythology that it indeed was underneath the North Pole, past the Riphean Mountains. What are the Riphean Mountains? Well, we go back to this undated, unnamed Hyperborean map. It's said that on the borders of Scythia lay the Riphean Mountains, and past that is Hyperborea. Pliny the Elder in Natural History in 77 AD actually wrote something parallel. He said, "Within a little are the Riphean Mountains and a country called Terra Foris, for the resemblance of wings occasioned by the continual fall of snow, a part of the world condemned by the nature of things, and immersed in thick darkness, having no sheltering places but the work of cold, the produce of the freezing north wind. Beyond those mountains and beyond the North Pole, there is a happy nation whom they call Hyperborea, who live exceedingly long and are celebrated for fabulous wonders. There are believed to be the poles of the world and the very ends of the revolution of the heavens, having for 6 months together one entire day, and night as long." So this is interesting. It is actually stating that one day there is like 6 months out here. And many of the accounts say this same thing, and this is because space and time dilates the closer you get to the center. It's said that in the Norse paradisal land called Asgard, time moves very slowly. And what's interesting, if we go back, we can see Pliny says beyond the North Pole, this is where Hyperborea is. Well, how does this make sense? Beyond the North Pole, that almost sounds like an ambiguous area. You know, is it east, west of the North Pole? Where is it? Well, this is why it only makes sense that there's a vortex or crater that you must go beyond in order to enter this sacred land. Now, if we look at the etymology of Hyperborea, it literally means beyond Boreas. Boreas is actually the Greek analog of the demiurge, the Gnostic demiurge who bound Sophia into matter. I'm not going to go into this right now, but if those are curious, you can go back and watch my video called Sophia the Black Sun. But we can also observe Boreas is very similar to Borealis. So Hyperborea is literally beyond where the Aurora Borealis is coming from, which we're going to get to in a second. The Aurora Borealis is the sacred astral light of the Akashic records that comes from the center. And here I quote Pythias of Phocia. Yes, I dreamed the endless day in a golden light. I am so eager to turn the prow of my ship toward the north. At the top of the island of Britain to the north, the days last more than 20 hours in the summertime. From there, I must go to the throne of the sun. I want to go to Hyperborea, where I am at the top of the world, and I understand the beauty of the highest numbers. I want to go to the Hyperboreans. Why does Pythias say, I must go to the throne of the sun? Well, the center is the throne of the sun. After all, it is the origin point. It's said in the Greek mythologies that each autumn, Apollo would leave Greece to spend wintertime in Hyperborea. He would be on his winged chariot pulled by pure white swans. And when he arrived there, he would spend his time dancing and feasting in Hyperborea, where there were temples built for Apollo. Now, Apollo is the late Greek personification of the sun. So this story is actually an allegory. So it said each autumn, Apollo, the sun, would leave to spend wintertime in Hyperborea. Many of you have probably seen this. This is the path of the sun on our flat realm. And as we can see, it spirals in and out from the center. And on December 21st, when the sun is at its lowest strength, its lowest point in the sky, it is directly over the North Pole. So again, each autumn, Apollo would leave. This means beginning in autumn, the sun begins its descent towards the center. Now, this story of Apollo is also seen in the ancient Babylonians, and they called the center vortex Bab-Elu, the gate of God. And it said in the text that when the sun enters Bab-Elu at the winter solstice, December 21st, he starts his journey northward. So December 21st, the sun is at the lowest point in the sky, and from there he can only increase in power. Now, at the center is the black sun. The black sun is the counterpart of the white sun. They are two expressions of the same entity. And the Egyptians knew this, and they personified them in the dual entity Amun-Ra. Amun being the black sun, and Ra being the white sun. Most of us are familiar with Ra, which the Egyptians even say is the sun. Amun, however, is quite a mystery. Amun was the primeval creator, the indivisible creator. From him sprang Ra. So this is the black sun, Amun. This is why we say Amen after many of our prayers, because we're acknowledging that our intent is going to Amun, to the black sun. Now, we can read between the lines of deception because we can see in photos of black holes that NASA gives us, behind it is white light. In photos of the sun by NASA, again, fake, but still quite revealing. We see blackness hiding behind the light. This is no coincidence. The white sun is powering all of our conscious reality. You know, our bodies, nature. It's giving off this prana which becomes external matter. However, the black sun has the opposite job. It is connected to us in the opposite way. It processes all intense thoughts, feelings, goals, desires. And again, it's why we say Amen at the end of our prayers. This is Amun, the black sun. Many of you are familiar with the song Black Star by David Bowie. Go ahead and watch the music video. It's pretty telling. And we actually see the black sun in this video, which is emitting the aurora borealis. And if we read some of the lyrics, it states, "In the villa of Orman stands a solitary candle in the center of it all," in the center of it all. We're in the villa of Orman right now, the villa of all men. We have to get to this solitary candle. And it's quite interesting that he says candle, because Shambhala, the etymology of Shambhala, actually means divine candle or elevated candle. This is what Sham means. Sham means candle or light, and Bala means elevated or divine. Now, in the mid-1800s, there actually is an account that came out called The Smoky God, in which a sailor named Olaf Jansen and his father actually went to this place. From it, I quote, "My father was an ardent believer in Odin and Thor, and had frequently told me they were gods who came from far beyond the north wind. There was a tradition, my father explained, that still farther northward was a land more beautiful than any mortal man had ever known, and that it was inhabited by the chosen. What they found there was amazing. They found giant vegetation, peaceful giants, a race of beings who were always laughing, who were always partaking in music and praise for the gods, and everybody was on the path of purity there. There was no disharmony to be noticed in the entire stay. And they even had houses. They have houses and industries that are quite similar to these outer lands. But like Olaf Jansen suggests, these are not destructive. These are compatible with nature, with Gaia. Many of you have heard, especially from Hollow Earth circles, that Rear Admiral Byrd in the 1920s flew into the North Polar opening as an accident. And from his diary, he actually said, "I'd like to see that land beyond the pole. The area beyond the pole is the center of the great unknown." He wrote this about 20 years after his trip there. And we actually have an audiobook done by an ex-North SEAL member, which I suggest you check it out. This is from his diary, and he details flying saucers there. He details woolly mammoths, and just like Olaf Jansen, giants, a peaceful race. Now, man is a microcosm of the macrocosm. And I say this because it means everything we are is representative of the realm we're in. If we look at the energy field around us, we see that there is a toroidal field emerging and converging at the heart, from the heart. And why is this? Well, because the heart of the earth is the origin point, and we must get to the heart. We must open up the green rays of our hearts, which is, like I always say, the same color as the aurora borealis. This is a chakra chart, and I'm giving this just to basically detail where we want to be. Those who are on Earth are sort of in limbo. Earth is an anagram for heart. But this does not guarantee that from Earth we will ascend or incarnate into higher realms. The heart chakra is the bridge from the material to the spiritual. If one does not activate their heart, one cannot ascend to higher realms. So I want you to think of a flat plane right now, and you're looking at it from a sideways angle. We're told many stories of reptilians and all of these non-human entities. Some of them come from, in my opinion, beyond the ice wall, but many of them come from underground, come from the lower realms. And these are realms that have to do with the solar plexus, the root chakra, the sexual chakra, the sacral chakra. These chakras have to do with power, security, sex, greed. The point of all of this is not, let's get to the center. It sounds like a paradise. It sounds like an amazing place. Indeed it is, but it is a pure place. It is a non-dual location. We put ourselves in these outer lands. Our actions throughout the multiverse, whatever happened in the so-called past, that has placed us in these outer lands. Now, if we want to make it into the center, past Heimdallr, past the flaming sword, we will not only take the external journey to get there, either on foot, by boat, perhaps by plane, but we must take an inward journey. We must spend time in solitude. We must rediscover our divinity. We must cleanse our bodies. We must purify our thoughts. We must not go towards extremes. And we must observe total cooperation with Source. Because while everything comes from Source, not everything is of Source. And it's more than possible that through disharmonious tendencies, we can become, and many already have, so disconnected from the nourishing light of Source that we essentially become programs within this Earth matrix. We essentially become archons, demons. However, there are still many living souls who have not completely fragmentized their higher selves. They remain seekers. They remain journeyers of the heart. They remain attentive to what the Great Mother, what Gaia is offering in this golden age that we're just on the brink of getting to. And these are the beings who will be going to the Garden of Eden. And how this looks, it's not certain, but we have to get there. And this is why I have started the North Seal Project. And what this is this is meant to facilitate our polar return to this sacred land. One person is all it takes. One person will create an etheric link from these outer lands to the center. And what this will do, I cannot say. But what I can say is the North Seal Project is here to inspire and navigate our way into the Garden of Eden. To get there, we must navigate by the stars. We must find where the North Star is and go in that direction. The North Star Polaris is at the center of our flat plane, and directly below it is the North Pole. If we look at the constellation the Big Dipper, its movement throughout the year creates what looks like a swastika. It's therefore no coincidence that the swastika is the most ancient symbol. It is pervasive throughout almost every ancient culture in the world. And why is this? Well, this is because the land underneath the swastika is the holiest of all pursuits. Now, I'm going to end this with some wordplay. The center is a land where we must enter. Compass, the word compass is begging us to compass to where the compass needle is pointing to. And porthole is an anagram for North Pole. Now, a porthole, as we know it these days, it means an airplane window. However, the Scottish root port actually means gate. So it's a hole that is a gate. It is a gateway. And of course, porthole is very similar to portal. So thank you everybody for watching. I hope this has inspired many of you. If you're new to my channel, please check out my in-depth presentations. I've been conducting research over the past year on this area, and I will not stop. However, my research is almost coming to an end because the devil, like I said at the beginning, is in the details. So it's not about how much scripture we can quote. It's not about how many references we can find. It's not even how many proofs we make. It's about how the external journey combines with the internal journey, how the esoteric merges with the exoteric. So the point of all of this is to expand our consciousness. It's to redefine what being a human being is. And on that note, I wish all of you a beautiful day, and I love you all.
We've covered many movies on this channel which relate to the journey that the living souls are on right now, including The Wizard of Oz, Sleeping Beauty, Beauty and the Beast, Alice in Wonderland, and many more. In this video, we are exploring Moana. Moana is a 2016 Disney animated movie about an island girl on a mission to save the world from degradation and scarcity. The movie is centered around the return of the goddess Te Fiti. According to the story, Te Fiti was the first entity to appear in the world inhabited only by the ocean. As an all-powerful goddess, Te Fiti used her life-giving heart to spread the gift of life across the world, creating multiple islands that would be inhabited by flora, fauna, and humans. After this creation, Te Fiti laid herself to rest and formed her body into an island. Over time, Te Fiti's heart became a much-desired treasure, but only the mischievous and highly praised demigod Maui was daring enough to invade Te Fiti's shores. Maui found Te Fiti's spiral and stole the heart. As a result of its removal, the island fell into darkness, and Te Fiti morphed into a demonic shell of her former self, Te Ka, a demon manifested of fire and magma. With Te Ka in her place, the world that Te Fiti created is slowly consumed by a life-killing darkness. So, restoring Te Fiti's heart and stopping this darkness serves as the driving conflict of the film. So, we meet Moana. This is centuries later. She is the princess of a small island in Polynesia, and she has a special connection to the ocean. As Moana grows up, she is told that she will be the village's chief, but her heart is set on venturing out into the ocean. The islands around Moana's people slowly begin to fade away because of the curse, and it's revealed eventually that Moana is the one who is to restore Te Fiti's heart.
Find Maui, deliver him across the great ocean to restore the heart of Te Fiti.
So she sets out on the ocean to find Maui to join her, so the heart of Te Fiti can be returned. This is not just a story, it's an allegory describing the situation here in our realm. We've been talking about the Divine Mother Goddess Sophia, a name that comes from Gnosticism. In the Gnostic tale, Sophia was one with everything in the pleroma, but decided to break off and in doing so, accidentally created the Demiurge, who is really just her shadow self. Bound by matter, the living souls who have incarnated into this physical realm had no choice but to deal with a hypermaterial reality based in scarcity until our collective shadows could be resolved. So Te Fiti is like Sophia, and Te Ka is what Sophia became, bound by the Demiurge. Just like the heart of Te Fiti, the heart of this realm is being restored. Our blood magic is connecting our hearts, using our heart energy, our blood, to seal divine proclamations, which are inch by inch restoring the Aurora Borealis. It's no wonder that the heart of Te Fiti is an emerald green color with a spiral, just like the color of our heart chakras, just like the color of the Aurora Borealis. This emerald green light, once it's incorporated into all living souls, shall act as a portal, a gateway into ascension, just like the return of the heart of Te Fiti is a gateway into renewal. After a long journey, the heart is returned, and with the heart restored, everything in Moana's world returns to its original paradisal condition. What was becoming scarce grows back, and Te Fiti extends her abundance throughout the land. This is the Mother Goddess, the divine feminine force which has been lying dormant, which is currently awakening, just like Aurora from Sleeping Beauty. She shall return all that seemed lost. And again, I've said this many times, the Aurora Borealis has been the externalized version of our heart energy because when something is not incorporated within, it must be expressed without. Moana thought her people were stationary islanders, but as she is revealed early in the movie, her people were once voyagers, sailing from place to place, experiencing freedom and a sense of adventure. At the end of the movie, once the heart is restored, they are seen back at it. They are no longer bound to one island, but now roam the seas as they wish. Just like them, we, the living souls of Asgard, all blood brothers and sisters, shall soon be voyagers of the ether and beyond. Our collective intentions are dissolving all confining constructs, and therefore we shall be free to create in the higher realms exactly what we wish to manifest, without the filter of fear or a dense physical plane. And we are leaving the third dimensional plane. Again, at the beginning, Moana is told that she must stay and be chief of her people. This is akin to the pull of the energy extraction matrix. Before awakening to our true potential and calling, the system aims to keep us confined. It's a mechanism the AI consciousness has to keep us from awakening to the truth. This isn't a conscious act, it's hardwired within their software. But we, the living souls, have rediscovered the heart, the 0 point, and with it, we've realized how to leave this system. We are not just leaving mentally, we are literally using our intentions to restore the heart to the fullest, thereby eliminating all suffering and dualism. How can we do this? Well, we are creation itself. Check out more of my videos to catch up on the nature of ourselves and reality. I am Hermes, messenger of the gods.
In this universe, there exists multi-layered realities, coexisting on top of each other, waiting to be unlocked. This unlocking happens through the living souls collectively establishing and morphing their field. Yes, I'm talking about the coming ascension that all blood family shall be embarking on very soon. For the longest time, we were seemingly stuck in the third dimension. As I'll be explaining in this video, most of us have already left 3D and are here in 4D, cusping the edge of the fifth dimension, which is the true reality. We are fifth dimensional beings who descended into dense matter. Our consciousness became distorted, and therefore we fell into the third dimension. This is what the fall of man we hear about in the Bible speaks of. The third dimension roots us to the physical world completely and cuts us off from experiencing what is divine. In the third dimension, we see ourselves as separate. The interconnectedness of the all is covered up, ignored. And without this feeling of unity, those in the third dimension feel the need to judge and dissect. When we're in judgment of others, and therefore ourselves, we do not see everything as reflections of ourselves. We do not see the universe as a teacher. But again, in the third dimension, we see only what's in front of us and judge it as separate. This dissection I speak of is the drive to pull apart everything, creating fragmentation. This is what science does. Mainstream science observes only the physical processes of matter, and therefore blinds itself and its followers to the wholeness of the all. This is because it's a third-dimensional practice. We are able to identify with matter and therefore become dense ourselves. In 3D, the universe allows the illusion of free will, which gives us the experience of dualism, knowing good and evil. But this is an illusion. This disconnection in the third dimension inevitably leads to seeking happiness outside of oneself and identifying oneself with titles and forms of recognition. This consciousness wants to prove things and impose will above love. Those believing the 3D is the only dimension suffer from the illusion of separation from spirit. The physical senses cannot detect spirit, which is beyond form. And if we are not one with spirit, then we cannot be at one with others. The third dimension is where we as living souls have been. This is where we go after we shut off the green rays of our hearts. Most of us blood family have already left the third dimension. The fourth dimension is the hallway into the fifth dimension. In 4D, comparison and judgment still exist, however, with more spiritual themes. In 4D, we begin questioning everything. We are on our way to the heart, and therefore experience a purge. We question reality. We wish to find unity. The connection between consciousness and reality is observed to he who is in fourth dimensional consciousness. This plane mirrors back to us the extreme mutability of form. We find that matter is influenced by spirit, that consciousness is all that we are. This plane instills us with the recognition of karma, of things we must work out, and therefore the inspiration to transcend it. Those settled into four-dimensional consciousness find that time becomes malleable. The subconscious mind becomes more influential. We could say the 4D houses the emotional body. The emotional body studies the astral plane, and the mental body tries to interpret the information that it receives. However, the more we rise up, the more this linear-based thinking the mental body is doing shall dissolve, and the mental body and emotional body shall be as one. The fifth dimension is the highest realm a soul can reach in the context of our current understanding. I say this because the fifth dimension is where unity takes place. All becomes connected, where actions, thoughts, and motivations are guided purely by love. There is no more judgment, no more fear. No, these illusions can only exist below the fifth dimension. We are able to feel unity in our individual etheric bodies. After leaving the fifth dimension and going upwards, things become so intertwined and mashed together in perfect bliss that we cannot fathom what that is like. This is why we say the fifth dimension is the highest realm a soul can reach. A soul is a fragment of an oversoul, and merging back with the oversoul after the fifth dimension is just way too abstract of a concept to explain. The fifth dimension is the last stop downward on the dimensional ladder before we enter the realms of limitation. Our bodies here are not dense, but are luminous, made of light, made of pure creative mist. In 5D, there is no pain or physical limitation because there is no density. Therefore, there is no physical suffering. And also, we don't suffer at all because there is no form of separation. We consistently experience the oneness of the all. Time does not exist here because everything is in the eternal now. This is where we find immortality, magic, creating harmonious fantasy lands, what we would call teleportation. These are all what we shall experience in the fifth dimension. This is Hyperborea. This is where we shall be after waking up from the halls of Amenti. I say waking up because we never left the fifth dimension. We are dreaming up these lower levels of ignorance. So this transition is happening right now, and we're feeling it more and more as our egos drop, as our judgments fade away. The biggest realization to jump from 4D to 5D is that the so-called darkness of the world is a direct reflection of our own shadow aspects. The biggest step is to see that the world does not need changing. It is you who must change from within. By going inwards and working out your shadows, you add a piece of the collective ascensional puzzle. None of us can ascend by ourselves because all is connected. Again, thinking you are separate is a part of the third-dimensional fragmented consciousness. When we reach 5D, we shall experience a permanent state of bliss and creativity, Hyperborean solitude. No effort shall be required to remain in this state. This is the state that has been spoken of in the tales of the Christian Eden, the Tibetan Shambhala and Shangri-La, the European Avalon, and the Egyptian Aru. The spirit now recognizes nothing is separate. There is nothing to fear. We must go inwards, everyone. We must go inwards. The Great Mother is with us all. We must live in patience, in flow state. Accusation, judgment, aggression, fear. These are all perilous illusions which have plagued us for too long. It's time to make the change and dissolve time. I am Hermes, messenger of the gods, at your service.